Welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, Space Exploration with Krastorio². The story so far, we found ourselves stranded on a strange planet, inhabited by vicious insects. But undeterred, we plundered the planet of its resources. After lengthy construction, which was strangely harder than expected, we managed to build a rocket and leave the planet. An abandoned space station provided a nice starting point for our continued research. Specks in the sky became planets, with exotic materials to learn. Join us on Monday for the next chapter in our bid to grow the factory even further.
Hello everyone, welcome to Laurence Plays, and it's another it's Monday again already, so it's time for some more Factorio, Space Exploration and Krastorio², and it's been all of about 20 hours since I was last streaming, aren't you? So yes, aren't you a lucky bunch? So today we are going to be continuing with the Astro 4 shenaniganery over here, where last week I mostly got, where am I? Yes, down here, mostly got the Astro 4 sort of up and running. We've got a number of the different cards being made over here, but we need to get these spaceships flitting off to distant parts in order to start doing the funny business of the asteroid field data. But before I do that, I did notice when I was making the video that I've made some mistakes, so I'm going to need to go in and fix all those up first. So that'll be my first job, or at least my second job. And so yes, welcome everyone. Hello Doopy. Hello Tristan and Mike, I suppose. Hello, hello Madman. And
Thanks,
yes, that's everyone here.
Thanks, Laurence. That's a really positive welcome.
I'm glad you.
As you guys, I suppose, if you're here, if you have to be. Oh no.
Did you expect anything different?
And hello as well,
Yes.
Calcium. Welcome. Well, it seems slightly weird to be saying hello to you when you because you popped up in chat when you're also here in voice chat in the game and all that sort of stuff as well. So that's why that's a large part of the reason it seems a little bit weird.
It's alright. I see how it is. It's fine.
So I'm going to start off as usual by having a quick look at Agnea and Talos, just to make sure that things are still working out here and that we haven't had massive spontaneous combustion and things just generally breaking. And this looks okay so far over here on Agnea. We have a supply of vulcanite going in here and coming out of the bottom. Same for here. There is a bit of it coming across. I still need to, at some point, I still want to come over here and upgrade the system here to deal with the core fragments a little bit more smoothly, quickly, efficient, just generally betterly. But it is all working. All of this does seem to be being passed around, and actually this belt now actually seems to be coping with all of the stuff that's coming through. So we have the steady stream of miscellanea coming down and being dumped into here, ready to be put into the train, and the train is filled up again already. Wow, that was quick. So that's now, that all seems to be working as far as I can tell. So I'm pretty happy with Agnea. Let's check out Talos. I suspect Talos is maybe. Right, so Talos is starting to run a bit low on cryonite, at least down here. It is still working. We've got the flood of the beryllium coming through here and being processed, and we can see all of the products of it coming down here and going into the train system. I wonder if maybe there's a load of beryllium up here that just hasn't. Yes, there's loads of beryllium up here. So the next time the train comes up, it will grab a huge quantity of the cryonite, is what I meant. It'll come up here and it'll grab a huge quantity of the cryonite and the sulfur and take it back down again. So perhaps part of the problem here is that it's grabbing both cryonite and sulfur into the same wagon, and therefore it's filling up very, very quickly on sulfur and not having enough room for dessert. I mean cryonite. But as long as the train comes back up again before this runs out, it'll probably be okay. Perhaps I should be considering putting the cryonite into the same box as the vulcanite. I'm not sure. But how's the train down here doing? About half full. I mean, it's going to be okay because there's quite a lot of cryonite buffered along the belt here and then in all of these machines. So I'm not worried about it failing, but I would like it if it had brought a bit more down. Oh well, never mind. I think it's probably going to be okay. We can leave that and not worry too much about it. So I've got some belt upgrades on Agnea I would like to do next time I go out there, but that's not going to be soon. So the next thing on my list is, in fact, going to be looking at the Astro 4. Oh, actually, no. There's another brief note. There's down on Norvis, where I was. I did a little bit of stuff down here, apparently. This must have been about 2 weeks ago, but it turns out I noticed and then forgot to fix. Yes, this warehouse here. I think it might be unlimited, or yes, this warehouse is unlimited. So we have a crazy number of big electric motors in here. Let's reduce this to about here, and then in the future, once we've got through all of the backlog of big electric motors here, this'll be a little bit more sensible next time. Okay, so that's going to be a bit of an improvement. However, we have been able to produce enough of them. That's been absolutely fine. So I'm not too worried about that. So yes, the other thing I want to start doing is launching satellite rockets from Norbit. But I think I'll go through and fix all the little mistakes I made while I was doing the building in the last video first. And there were a few of them. I will admit. Mostly sort of minor plumbing area. Oop, I've missed the world. Stop the world. I need to get back on again. So it was little things like this train over here is not being called at the right time because this comparator down here is on the wrong type of thing. So we'll switch that over to pink clouds, and now the train knows that it's not needed. It also can't... Oh no, the destination's full, that's fine. Also, this pipe, as you can tell, is clearly wrong, so let's get rid of all of that. We'll put the pipe back in again there. That was this 9-piece here. And then, I guess, just use some generic normal 1, 2, 3, 1, 2... pipe like that. We'll have to get the bots out to fix that one because I don't have enough in my pockets. But still, that should then get this running, I think. So that's fixed limit on pink cloud train, fixed pipe for pink clouds, expand micro black hole data production for Astro 4. Micro black hole, that's this one? Are you a micro black hole? No, you're a 0-point energy. Your micro black hole. Right, so this is probably going to need to be made quite a bit bigger for the system to work nicely in the future, but I'll do that as I'll get it running first and then try and guess how much more I'm going to need once the next bit's done. The Astro probe output data belt is not finished, so that's this one here. This needs to come across like this. You can see this is the wonder of making a to-do list while I'm making the videos. I can actually then jump back in here fairly quickly and know what needs to be done and bring this over to, where was it, to here. And yes, it's this belt that we're going to put it onto. This could be a bit more, slightly longer underground, I think, couldn't it? Yes, that should go to there. And then we feed the belt through like that. There we go. So get all that built up, and that will bring, eventually, when we finally get those data cards, they will then be brought all the way along here. There we go. The pink clouds are now flowing. Oh, another piece of pipe missing there. There we go. Once all this is finished, all of this these will kick in, and we'll start making those micro black hole datas. Filter output from pink cloud. Yeah. Oh, need to put in the output filter on this one. So this is going to be making. This is just micro black hole data. So we can go in here. Micro black hole is that one, and have those come out to the left, so they come up here, yes, and that'll feed them onto the bottom side of there. So we'll then get all of the junk that's coming out of here, which is going to be just junk data cards, can then be passed out this way, and that'll be correct, and we won't end up flinging stuff out to where it shouldn't be going. Hello, Justin. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining, and so on. I'm at the moment going through fixing the things I noted in the video that were wrong, and then trying to make things a little better. So that's that filter. We need more solid rocket fuel for the probes. So up here, we have a request on this on here that is currently set to 100, and that's not enough. So let's bump that up to 1,000. We may need to increase some other things around here as well. Let's also make that one 1,000. Just basically, I want to have a decent supply of everything to the extent that the train will there'll always be all the bits and pieces I need being brought over here as and when I need them. Let's do the same with these as well. 1,000 feels like a good number for all of these sort of things.
Those are fairly arbitrary values.
Yeah, I could tell. So nudge them all up a little bit. That'll help the train run a bit more often as well. So we should have a bit more stuff available then. Production modules in rocket science pack machines. Ah, yes, down on Norvis. I feel like all of the science packs should be being made with productivity modules because they're kind of expensive. Oh, they have been. These have already been done. Someone obviously was looking at my list and has upgraded that for me because I'm pretty sure they weren't there before. So oh no, it's these two these three at the top. That was it. Yeah, because we're making them at a reasonable rate, but we just need to put the modules into those machines. So let's see, what have I got in my upgrade planner at the moment for assembly machines? It's pretty good, but let's make that slightly better. There we go. And now I can put an upgrade. No, I can put a module inserter across all of these. Oh, okay, all of these. And that'll upgrade them. They'll slow down a little bit. So maybe I should also put in a beacon to get the speed back up again. In fact, let's just do that. Rather than going, ooh, I don't know, should I put in a beacon, should I not? I'm not sure. Let's just put one in. They're cheap. We've got lots of them. I can just put this here, and then everything will be quick. And I imagine I can probably module insert to that. Can I do it when it's a ghost? No. All right, we'll come back to that. So that's production modules there. Launch satellites from space station. Yes, I've mentioned that. Checking productivity for Norvian science cards and intermediates. So yes, having done that, having spotted that one, it then occurred to me that maybe I should look at the other science packs we're making down here and all the bits that go into them. Like all of these machines, for example, these should have probably have productivity modules in them. Although that said, I don't know if we can. No, we can't productivity module, speed module production, so we can't do that. A beacon overload? Is there? I didn't think there were any other beacons around here. I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong, but these symbols are not beacon overload. These are, we're waiting for some modules to be brought over, if that's what you're referring to. I don't see any beacon overload alerts. I think it's probably okay. So yeah, can't put anything in there. No, these are also not going to be intermediate, so I can't put the speed modules in those ones. Productivity modules in those ones, sorry. Those could probably be productivity moduled more. I'm not sure how much I care about that. Filters won't be. These things, yeah. Let's fill up all of these machines with. Oh, these are. In fact, let's upgrade these machines to the tier 3 assembly machines because I feel like I might as well. And then on the way back, I'll also upgrade those. Now, what are you getting as input ingredients? So all of these should also be upgraded to. No, well, all of these should be upgraded to the next tier of machine. And I should probably module these as well. I'll do that on the way back again as well. Okay, I'll go back and have another look at that for the beacon there in a minute because you may well be right. I'm certainly not going to state with emphatically that I haven't screwed that up. So I'll need to go back and have a look in a minute. Yeah, I can speed up all of these machines. Right, let's go over and check that, and then on the way back over we can then module everything up as necessary. Is it here? Here we go. Oh yes, you're right. There's a beacon there. Okay, well that's actually fine because I can just demolish that and then fill that one. And because then when I fill this one up with speed modules, as is obviously what I'm going to do over here, it'll affect these two machines down here. So these will still be sped up. What are they even producing? Oh, they're producing speed 2 modules. That's an odd thing to have in there, but sure, why not? And I've just filled that up with 2. I mean, that's probably okay, really. Actually, I guess that's fine, really. Yeah, whatever. Yes, you're quite right. There was indeed a beacon there. I just couldn't see it for looking too hard or something. Right, where will we go? Oh, yes, over here. So we're making the military tech data over here. So these are already upgraded. So let's do the prod mods on you, prods on you, prods on you. And the fact that these machines are idle at the moment, even though we are currently doing science, makes me think that putting all of this stuff, all these productivity modules in here is going to be absolutely fine. Actually, let's undo that last. I can't undo that last one. I wonder what I've just undone. So yeah, Control-Z doesn't work for putting a module inserter over something. So I've probably just undone whatever the last thing I actually did up in space was. So I'm going to have to go and look for that. Oh, it'll be adding in that pylon over here because that was a normal generic build thing I did. Yes, the pylon has been undone. That's very unhelpful. There we go. Put that back in again. No, it was the pylon next to it, so it's not quite so bad. Nice and easy to fix. And then over here, yes, let's beacon these ones. Not beacon, sorry, module them all like that. Because all of these are stopped at the moment, and so as I was saying, that makes me think that it's going to be even slowing them down a bit with these productivity modules is going to be absolutely fine. That said, if it turns out in the near future that it's not, then at least I know how to come back. What needs fixing? It just means putting in even more beacons. So yeah, that'll all be fine, really. Okay, so that's that. more or less done. There's yeah, these are waiting for modules. These are waiting for modules. These are waiting for an upgrade, and then I should probably put the modules in them as well. Would be nice. But I don't seem to have any construction bots flying over to do that right now. Here come all the productivity modules, and some more. Oh, there we go. Here's the machines, and so I can now do module inserter across those. Boom, and that should now work. Right, let's look away from that and just completely ignore it for the time being, and then we'll come back to that later when it turns out we've run out of all the science cards and everything is broken, and we'll go, oh yes, that was what I was doing, and it explains why everything's failed. So, the next thing really that needs to be done is getting this working. But as I was saying before, this is reliant on getting a supply of holmium up and running. So I can't do very much with that until Tristan fixes the holmium supply, which I believe he's probably working on it. So I shall try and be patient. But in a little while we'll have that up and running, and then we'll be able to actually start launching these probes out and getting the asteroid field data. In the meantime, I kind of need to start launching the basic rockets. So I think what I'm going to do is it's the satellite rocket. So I'm going to need to start building satellites up here probably, and then certainly launching them from up here. Bringing them up in the rocket seems like a silly idea because they're going to be quite expensive. So let's stop flying around for a moment and have a look at the recipe for the satellite. See what it requires. So this takes advanced circuits, which we've got on the bus here, low density structures, which we've definitely got on the bus. I know that. Solar panels, which we've, I think we have. Oh no, we don't have. No, we don't have basic solar panels up here because we're bringing up the advanced solar panels in order to make them into the really good solar panels. In fact, they're down there, but we're not actually bringing up the basic generic solar panels. We are bringing up. No, we're making accumulators on the column of doom. Rocket fuel is around, glass is around, radars are coming in a small quantity but are available. Right, okay. Let's go and have a quick look up here on the column of assembly and general miscellaneous doom, because I know that up here, yes, we're making accumulators here. I don't think we're making solar panels of the basic solar panel variety. But given that I'm making the accumulators here, and I have radars coming along here, and everything, probably everything else. Let's have another look at this. Let's have another look at the recipe. So we've got for the satellite, we have advanced circuits, check. Low density structures, check. Solar panels, probably not, but I think they're hopefully they're relatively easy to. In fact, let's have a look. Solar panels are green circuits. No, we don't have green circuits here. Really? That honestly surprises me quite a lot. I would have thought that green circuits would be one of those, such a basic ingredient that goes into almost everything. But I guess we just all the space buildings are so advanced they take either red or blue circuits. Interesting. And we don't have silicon up here either. I don't think we have silicon in space at all. I might have to start bringing solar panels up as well. That's going to be a bit ugly. Accumulators, solid rocket fuel, not on the bus. Glass. Yes, glass we've got. Radars. Radars we do have, although not in very large quantities because I turned the supply, the request off because, yeah, you see there's a load along here. So, okay. I've got everything we need here except solar panels and rocket fuel. We do have rocket fuel up here, so I can... Oh, do we have rocket fuel? No, those are lasers. No, turrets, various turrets. Okay, so we don't have rocket fuel. We do have rocket fuel on the bus down here, though, so that would be relatively easy to add in somewhere. I'm sure we've got it somewhere. So it'd be relatively easy to add into the column up here. I could bring the satellites up, and it would probably be sensible, because then we could make them slightly more cheaply. And they are being made down on Norvis at the moment. It's just the quantities of them. They're quite expensive. Yeah. It feels... Yeah, to be honest, I think it does make sense to bring the satellites up. Yes, you are right. Let's see what the probe rockets need in order to get them up. In fact, actually, yeah, we could bring them up on the train that goes to the probulator area. We need to launch very, very few per minute. It's almost none. It's not actually none, but it's not far off. So let's grab myself a rocket silo from here because I'm going to need that. I'll bring it back down to the probe area, because yes, I think it makes sense to do all of this stuff from all these sort of things from the same area. Although I have this horrible feeling I'm going to need rocket sections or something like that. Oh no, actually no, I'm not. I'm probably just going to need the probe rocket things, aren't I? So
Rocket sections are there.
oh, and rocket sections are here anyway. Okay, even better. Oh yes, so they are. So let's see. Let's put no, not that. That's raw rare metals for some reason. Let's put that down here. Tell it that we want it to do. Okay, so it just launches space probe rockets with whatever cargo you want. So yes, if we bring up some satellites from Norvis, chuck them on into this train, they can then pour down here, come out here onto the into the system down here. We'll launch the rocket from here. We'll get a satellite probe rocket from here. In fact, this could go over here like that. Bonk. Like that. There we go. We could feed it directly from here once we actually have the bits and pieces we need with an inserter, like so. And then we could just pour out all of the results onto a belt and put it up back, send it back up and put it into the train up here to take back down to the ground. Yeah, I think that seems like a reasonably sensible way to do things. Because we already have this train coming up. Which one of these stations is a probe train station? It's both of them. Wait, hang on. It's blank data cards there, and that's the probulator. So I could put in, yeah. I'll have to pull all of these out and replace them with inserters, but that's fine because the inserters are probably faster, especially if you use enough of them. And then I can blacklist the data thingies, and then those will all get dumped out into the downstream station area. We can pull those out, put them in a train, ship them over to where we're doing the science, and everything will work. It's gonna. I mean, I say it in a. Oh yeah, just do that as if it's going to be absolutely trivial, but it's not actually going to be all that hard. So yes, first thing first is to pull up all of these. I'll just do half of them for now, because I don't know if we actually have the superior filter. Yeah, these things, superior long filter inserters up here. But we'll find out by putting in lots across here like this. And then when they arrive, I can do all of the appropriate direction of listing with them. Over here, we're going to need to load the train as well. So we'll put in that like that, and then have another couple of these. Do we have superior normal length inserters? I imagine we probably don't. I think we just made the long one, so we'll just do that and that. Oh, and that means I didn't even need to pull up the belt through the middle of there. Okay. But then from down here, we will have a belt that comes across this way. And then we go under, under, under. And then we go, oh wait, there's a bus problem here. In that case, let's bring it up all the way over here, where it's just going to be out nice and out of the way. So we'll do that. Then we can have a belt come around like this. Conveniently, Tristan's left a decent amount of extra space over on the side here, which is not too surprising because he tends to be quite good about that sort of thing. Much better than me, anyway. Not that saying much. I have a feeling that this is going to be one of those things where it doesn't nicely do your underground belts for you, so I'm going to do it a bit manually.
Yeah, with loads it won't.
Ooh. Can we get all the way to there? No, we can't. Pop that up there. Okay, we're going to have to move that across to there, and that, like that, and then get rid of that. And then I can get rid of that again, and put it in there, so that then this belt can then come up like that, feed all of those. Right, there we go. Oh yes, and we do have all these inserters, fantastic. So you guys are just going to be straight up blacklisted, that's nice and easy. You guys down here are going to be blacklisting, and it's going to be the oh god, what is these things? The satellite telemetry is going to come out of here. So we do that, and we say you guys are not allowed to do satellite telemetry, and also we need to get rid of these. Bunk. You know, in the interest of speed and efficiency, let's do that as well. Right, so that'll unload the train with everything except the satellite data. Then we'll put more satellite data in the top of it. Then the train will go down and away, and then that'll just be nice and gone. No longer my problem. No, that's not remotely true. I now need to sort out the other end, because we need to have well, over here we need to put. I'll put in a request for some satellites. I think first. So we'll say I would like to have some. You're a special asteroid belt probe. Yeah, the bus systems are. They're quite big, yes. But you know, it kind of works. What's that? A GPS satellite. Interesting. We'll find out about that later, I'm sure. Navigation satellite. So we would like to have 20 of those, I guess, to pick a number out of yeah, I think one huge bus, definitely a mistake. We started off here with this. This is our main space bus, and as you can see, this is pretty huge, but it's not. But it's not absolutely everything, so it's sort of manageable. And then we use that in order to get the initial holmium science, the initial energy science up and running to get space rails, and then we now have separate sub buses for each of the different types of science. So up here, for example, this is the bioscience. Down here we've got energy science and astro science and so on and so on. Spaceport over there, recycling down here, material up there, in the actual science park over here. So yeah, we've got separate areas for each of the different types of science. But we've then got this one massive bus area in the middle for building all of the infrastructure type buildings. You don't need a lot of throughput here. As you can see, most of these belts are barely moving, but you do need to have capability to transport stuff around. And then up here, we've got a smaller version of it, which takes all of the things that are used for making a lot of the exotic buildings. So they pull off from this bus down here, and we've got some of the more. Well, this sort of started off fairly sensible and then kind of grew out of control a little bit, if I'm being honest. But it builds all, yeah, that makes all of the different types of buildings we need. And yeah, I think this is quite a nice system of doing it. Although that said, going full train, it's just sort of space city block you've gone for, I guess, Hiker. Yeah, that also makes sense. I can see that working quite well. This feels fairly natural to me, and since we don't have LTN, city block designs are a little bit less manageable. So that's the Norbit side. Let's now go down to Norvis and stare at this blankly, scratching my head. So a needle pulling thread down here somewhere. One of these stage trains goes to the probulation area. Let's turn on the station name so I can find it a little bit more easily. This one, Probulator. Okay, so down here we need to find a way of bringing satellites to here. Now the obvious way is to shove it on one of these many belts. Yes, you are doing a thing, and pass it up here. But I feel that filling an entire belt with satellites would negate all of the savings that we get from launching them a more sensible way. I think because we're building them fairly slowly, if I put a belt in all the way down and then trigger that belt from here, that might be quite a nice way to do it.
You could do what I've done with the cargo things, the rocket sections, and have a given belt enables if there's nothing on a 20-odd belts ahead of it.
Oh, I see. So it just passes them through quite slowly.
Yeah.
That's
now undergrounds mess that up. But...
yeah, that's possible. I was thinking that because the satellites are going to be made relatively slowly, if I have a system down here that monitors how many satellites are on this bit of belt and tries to keep it to about, and says if there's less than 20, release another one from the top end. But because they're being made slowly, then that will I think that'll keep it sensible. So I think I'll do that. However, it does mean running an incredibly long cable all the way from here up to the other end.
There are signal transmitters.
I was going to say, my first thought was to use a signal transmitter, but that feels a little bit dirty sort of down here. I could also put it onto the pylon system that goes through the rails. If we're putting satellites onto the rail system's circuit network, that's not really going to be the end of the world because we're not going to be shipping satellites around by train, so I think it would be okay.
That sort of thing is what the red signal is for.
Oh, okay. Oh, in that case, right. If that's intended behaviour for this, then sure, I will put it on there on a red signal. Okay, yeah, that's perfect then. I was sort of saying it in a slightly, I'm not sure whether Tristan's going to hate this idea kind of way. And if you've already sort of got that sort of spec'd in, then that's perfect.
There's something flicking on the red one every so often, but I'm not sure what it is. 'Cause it only appears momentarily.
Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I could send it over by logistics bots. I mean, yes, it is. This is exactly what logistics bots are for. I will not deny that. This is the sort of place where using a logistics bot makes perfect sense. However, having been, well, me for the last however long I've been doing this, I feel that people will mock me if I then go, oh, actually, in this particular case, I think it's totally justifiable to use logistics bots. Everyone's going to say, nonsense, and other similar sort of General Melchett type noises to me. So, and with somewhat good reason, if I'm being honest, because
Would we ever mock you?
I can't answer that with a straight face. Sorry. So yeah, I will go to absurd lengths in order to avoid using logistics bots because I don't want to be mocked. Yes, Madman, you will be generally rude about my use of bots whenever you get any sort of opportunity. However, there's a difference between. In this case, you'd be justified, and that's even worse. I don't want you to be justified. I don't know what font I want you to be in, but it's not a justified one. Right, okay, so this would actually go here, and we'll get rid of that one. I'll bring that across here. I'm aware that justification is not technically a font thing, it's more of a text attribute. I'm not sure. I'm not sure you can claim anything I do as bot misuse because I don't really use bots. Right, I need to run a row of large pylons up here to get, where is the nearest. Actually, there is this sort of convenient grid pattern going on already, but I need to get to the rails, which are up here, or yeah, that's the nearest area, or down here. No, this isn't connected into the network, so yeah, we'll need to go upwards. Right, so from here we need. I'll put in, if I put in a large pylon there, and then. I don't know what the range on these things is because it's not linking up to the one I wanted to link to. But that doesn't matter. I can put that there and then about there because that's definitely in range. And then there, and that can link to that one, which can link to that one, which can link to this one and this one. And how far up is... Oh, here we go. Here's the rail. Right, so we can put it on the red network and feed it all the way up to here. That's good. This is more satisfying. I quite like this. And so then, in a sort of, this is a horrendous kind of spaghetti kind of way, but I sort of, this appeals. So we'll feed that onto there once the pylon has been created. Down here, yes, this is being put in. Has my landfill arrived yet? It has. Excellent. So I should be able to do this. Just drag through here. Yep, there we go. And now we find there's a piece of landfill missing. How did I manage that? So we'll fix that. I'll come back and get that in a bit. We won't put those in. Right, this belt is this belt is hopefully not doing anything at all because someone will have gone, oh wait, there's nothing on the other end of this. Yeah, there we go. That's exactly what I wanted. So we'll bring this up like this, and then let's not put any more of this in yet because what is going on here? Oh, I see. The bus is all the way down here. Right, all of this is nonsense. Then we need to join this in over here, but we'll get there in a moment. So at the moment, where are we making satellites? It's presumably it's going to be here because this is where we're making the rockets, isn't it? Yes. Oh my goodness. Right. Oh, we're bringing radars in by bot. I didn't realise we were doing that, and I am now offended. Okay, so first things first, let's just get rid of this. Yeah, let's just straight up get rid of this rocket silo. I don't care about the stuff that's in it. It's all fairly cheap stuff anyway, really, and will be saved many times over by the modifications we're making. I'll turn that round for now, so it doesn't. Just so it just generally doesn't. And this is where I'm going to need to take this away from. We can run a belt down here, and maybe we'll start making the radars on site here because this is naughty. I don't approve of that at all. And to be honest, if I can't make a radar production system in about 20 seconds at this stage of the game, then I just don't know what. So we'll remove those as well. Should have done that sooner. And get those bits and pieces they're trying to carry away. We don't need that anymore because that's the unloadery. What around here do we need? So we still need... We're still making cargo rocket capsules here. I'm not going to touch that because that's just dated, and then it can stay. That's fine. Got around here we've got the rocket parts coming in, but they're still needed for making the satellites. So this is all fine for certain values of fine. This is needed for still making for the cargo pods. So we'll leave this belt alone as well. But I do need to bring a belt out from here and get it over to the railway. Okay, so this is from here we need to take a belt out and get it over to that rocket, the one I just put in. So we'll use a yellow belt because why not? They're cheap. And try and work out how to spaghetti this out of here. Like this, I think, is the way to do it. Go under that, under that, under. Oh, of course, there's something in the way down here. I could go a little bit further across. All right, let's go a little bit further across. Get rid of these. This is the joy of building onto an already existent bus, is that everything then becomes a horrible mess because you've already done all of the spaghetti, and then and now we're just trying to add more to it. But you know, that's how spaghetti works. I see. Someone's been very naughty along here with that. I'm going to have to put in a blue underground there. I don't know who did this, but whoever they were, they don't understand buses. Who was it? It was me! Hooray! Apparently I don't understand how buses work.
So not only have you got bot misuse, you've also got bus misuse.
Apparently I have, yeah. I don't know why I'd have done. I must have just miscounted and been been appropriately done with it. Yeah, I will hold my hands up and say yes. Sorry, that was me. I've shouldn't have done that like that. Under the robot board. I don't know. The Laurence forgot how to count something is not that shocking a reveal, I'm afraid. I wish it was, but no. Right, getting this through here it's probably there is straight up just 5 belts across there. That is just a fail of counting. I think this maybe it was me being too lazy to put in additional belts and additional landfill down here or something like that. That is a bit more on brand for me. Actually, so is forgetting things, to be fair. So do that. I'm just going to go underneath all of these. What's the name? What's the word I'm looking for? Air purifiers. We'll just pass straight across underneath here. That's fine. Get that landfill put in momentarily, and we can just carry on this way like this, over here, and go. Oh, hello. Here's a here is a rather large station area. So we won't go and try and become part of that. We'll try and find our way through it. We'll just go round down here like this. There is another thing there.
I believe.
Through here.
Oh, I might be wrong, but I believe that the Kothar spaceship is currently stuck because of an insufficiency of space elevated cable.
That seems quite possible. Yes. Yes, this is a due to the current lack of holmium, I'm afraid.
No, due to lack of iridium.
Oh, okay. That's a circular problem there. Then in that case, you might need to dispatch it manually.
I'm curious why the lack of, probably because the whole lot's been used already.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, I did send partial train down, so that might have.
Yep, Tristan's quite right. There is a shortage of iridium over here, and that is causing a sad as far as making elevator cable goes.
What's confusing me is that this is completely full.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, the spaceship's come back. Why is the train not?
Tristan, j'accuse.
Oh, it's because the train's stuck down on the planet. Did you?
Did you just send that train off?
No.
Oh, because the train is
as
is
much
going
as I'm
off.
willing to troll. Oh, is it literally just set off now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have not touched it.
Either.
Me neither.
Is it you? Are you iridium? I can't tell which one's iridium along here.
Why are you?
There are no clues.
It's
Well,
the
that's
basically
obviously
empty one.
Holmium. Oh yeah, I see the iridium. There's the iridium. Right, so there's a tiny bit of iridium here. The train for this one is waiting at iridium picker. Oh, it's empty. Yeah, there's a train emptying at the moment over there. So yeah, the problem will go away fairly soon because the train is just unloading iridium right now, and is then coming back to try and find some.
Gotcha.
Although why there isn't any coming down from space? Is it just because the
There is.
Oh, there is. It's
It was
just being a bit slow.
People
Oh no,
talked
of
about
course
there
it's
being a
just
problem
the train has
when it
only
was
just
on its way.
arrived, so that's why. Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, the
Sorry, the spaceship has just
Because-
arrived, therefore it's only just started transporting the iridium around again. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm okay with that. Potentially okay with that, if that is actually what's happening.
I don't think the spaceship's only just arrived. I mean, everything's far too full for it to have just arrived, just filled the train, and then left the warehouse full. Like that doesn't really add up for me. I can believe that maybe it was waiting to be full before it left and it had one ingot missing. Numbers for exaggerated for dramatic license.
Further
a couple of stacks missing.
Further investigation and monitoring may be required then.
Mm.
So that was up here where I needed to put a little bit more belt in. Like that. Right, so we now have a belt going all the way from one side of the universe to the other, pretty much, that will carry the satellites. Over here, we now need to point this in the right direction.
Only if we had a name for those kind of belts.
Yes, it is a bit of a Marc belt. I will admit that. Right, so this is going to run when that's got a bit of a shortage. That's fine. We'll adjust the rules on there. There are cables up here. So if I put in some pylons
Laurence,
this.
while you're adding more Marc belts, I'm removing 2. So bioscience is now supplied via train.
Lovely.
Or the science.
I feel that running an
Cylinder
entire train full of satellites would be a trifle excessive. Right, so while that's building, I can come back over to here and go, where was it? Where was that? Yes, down here. So we've got all of those linked up by, all those linked together now. Oh, these need to be told to read rather than write. So we want to do read belt contents. Oh, and hold. So that belt can now run, and you are... Why are you iridium ingots? I put in a new belt. That must have just been sort of what was copy and pasted onto it. Satellite. That one. Navigation satellite is less than 0. Then that runs. Okay, so that's running, which looks good. We now take this red cable from here to here to here, up the side of this business, all the way up to the main network that's running through the entire factory. So over here we don't have anything on red at the moment, so that's fine. We can now follow this all the way over to about wherever it was that I'm making the damn things. Nope, not here. Here we go. And then pull a red cable down from here, like this, to there. And then we tell this to run when satellite is less than 20. So that'll run. It'll put satellites onto here, one every half an hour or so as this thing fills up. But this is fine because each time we launch a satellite, we're going to get about 1,000 of these cards coming. These data things, whatever they're called, navigation satellite telemetry things coming out. So these are we're not going to have a huge number of these on the belt, but that's by design. They will eventually filter all the way down there, fill up the belt at the bottom. So those will be passed down to here. They will fill up this area. When it gets to 20 of them, which will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pieces of belts worth, because they're only on one side of the belt, that will then stop them being produced up at the other end. We'll have an excess of them, sure, but it won't be a particularly enormous excess. Then when we can, when they're required up in orbit, they'll be pulled through here, go into the rocket up here, and be taken away. We might get a slight excess through, but I don't think I care about that. A little bit of excess is absolutely fine. We're on tier 4 of the space sciences, Hiker. So it's going yeah, I'll let you try and judge how far through the game that is as a percentage, but we've done all of the ground stuff. We're playing K2 SE, so it's a little bit more complicated. But we've done all of the ground-based sciences. We've done the first couple of the first 3 space sciences, and then tiers 1, 2, and 3 of all of the coloured space sciences, and tier 4 of one of them so far, I think, and we're working towards tier 4 of the others. Then we can do the matter science, and then we can look into to start thinking about deep space science, which will be very exciting, I'm sure.
Lawrence, are you in space?
Yes.
In orbit? Would you mind running that belt and scaffolding along there, please? It's tabulator.
Grief. Okay.
I mean, it's about the same distance as your one.
Yes, but I put in a station. No, I didn't put in a station. I thought I put in a station and everything.
You did put in a station.
Oh, I see.
Then decided not to use it, and decided I would use it.
Yes,
And I decided not to use it.
because yours is further.
It's not by a lot.
It feels further.
Yes.
Typical bots, never doing things in quite the right order.
If you want, you could just land on the belt and wander off.
That's true. That's probably easier. Oop. Probably easier, but I missed. Drift! Drift!
Yeah, that'll probably do it now.
Probably will. Boop, there we go. Right. Okay, where was I? Right, so actually I think that's mostly done for the pickup of the satellites now. So we will see on this belt, he says, looking for any sign of satellites at all. They will be dribbling along here. There's one. And there's another one. So yeah, they're about this sort of distance apart, which is quite a distance. We're going to end up with more than 20 of them the first time it runs, but it'll be a little bit bursty up and downy, but that's fine. We'll get what we need through there. So the other part of that, and I believe I did put this into place, is up.
You've run out of belts.
Oh. I don't normally do this sort of stuff by hand. Fine, I'll go and get some more belts.
Oh. Thank you.
I've got a load of red belts. Could use those. They're not quite as quick, but other than that, they'll be fine, right? Am I actually requesting? Yes, I am.
Speed is definitely the problem.
Where are belts even being made? It's about here, isn't it? This is pipes. Here is belts. There we go. I've now got many hundreds. That should be enough. If it's not, then I just don't know. Right. Where is it? About here. There we go. Right. So what I was trying to look at before I was so rudely interrupted is, yes, the science packs that create, or not science packs, sorry, the satellite telemetry that's created by this thing is then going to be passed off along here. Well, we need. Oh, I need a belt here to bring rockets into this. No, not you. Not you. Apparently, you're already being used for something else. Oh. Okay. I'm going to need a belt coming down here, which I shall sort out in a moment. That brings down the actual satellites and feeds them in over. We'll just bring it in across like that. Feeds them in over here. That'll be fine. We're going to end up with a lot of satellites on this belt if we're not careful. So I'll come up with some sort of cunning system to limit that in a moment. For now, actually, just put that there. We'll have another one of these there. I said we'll have another one of these there. And then we'll feed that out and onto there. And get rid of that bit. And that'll be satellites. There's nothing in here, is there? No, there isn't. Good. Because that needs to be programmed. With something that will... Oh, actually, I can program it with these because they'll never get to there. So if I copy that, paste it there.
Thank you. Belt's done now.
Okay, good.
You're about to become purple science.
Ah! What part of purple science am I going to become? That's the question.
A catalogue.
A catalogue. Okay, that makes sense given what I was given the belt I was coming in on. Let's fly back over here to it. Yeah. I don't remember deep space science requiring a lot of rebuilding. I think when we get to Deep Space Science, I imagine what we're probably going to do is just move a lot of the bits and pieces. Is add in an additional another area. Like the ones we've got for doing all of the other science packs to do the Deep Space Science. So it'll be we'll just have another one of these sort of islands, probably over here somewhere, or maybe down here. Probably up here actually, because down here is we don't know how big the spaceport's going to get. Although it could go multi-level. But in the or maybe even over here. But in the meantime, all of the stuff that's making the lower tiers of the normal space sciences can just carry on as it is. To be honest, I don't think there's going to be any need for us to do a major redesign of that. So yes, we are now going to be dumping that into the downstream train, into this train, and so that means that down on Norvis we then need to worry about the next bit of this. This is not. Oh. Yeah, it's going to stop off at downstream on the way down. So actually, this this means that all of that stuff that's being does the train go via downstream? I imagine it probably does, because they all do. That's the point of downstream. It's this train here. Yes, it does go to downstream. So unless I tell it not to, it's going to be unloading everything here. So all of that satellite telemetry is going to come pouring down here and be put into this train. Now, there are various things I could do here, all of which are bad in various different ways. I could put in some splitters down here to pull out the satellite telemetry, and then another Marc belt to bring it all the way over to where we're doing the science up here. I could I could let it get loaded into the trash trains and have it come up here and then unload it from here. Probably from here I would put it into another train and then bring it down to the bus by train, which is okay, but again it would mean filling up an entire train with satellite telemetry, which is, I don't know, it's not too serious, I suppose, but there's going to be a lot of it. I could have the train run even when it's not completely full, I guess, as well. That would be kind of okay. Run when it gets to 1,000, unload and then unload down here. I could move making the gold science to somewhere else, but I don't want to. I don't know. That's a good point, Clown. Tristan, have you sorted out all of the trash trains in Norbit?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Apparently we have.
They were working fine when we started, other than some of them hadn't had the cable linked in, and so therefore the ones that got more heavily used were tending to end up on the left-hand ones, which weren't wired in.
Oh, right.
And so the more common ones weren't running.
Yeah, and we got to the problem. Oh, yes, I see. Yeah, so Talos and Agnea both now have, less than full anyway. This one is 2/3 full. This one is less than 20% full. So yeah, we've done. Yeah, these are now significantly emptier. So all that trash has been taken away. All that said, Snowdrop is now
trash
full.
wasn't there at the start,
but the train's arrived. Okay. All right, so yeah, it seems to basically be working. And Snowdrop had a load of junk, and now a train has come to take some of it away. So, yeah, I'd say the system seems to be working. Njord has a little bit, not very much. That's not even a train load. Big Grid has some, including belts for some reason. 57 stacks of it. Yeah, I'd say this all seems to be working quite nicely now. We have 160 hours on this map so far, Camino. However, do bear in mind there are 4 of us playing, and therefore, effectively, we've sort of got 640 hours between us. So yeah, that's how we've managed to get quite a lot of stuff built up. And some of us like building on larger scales than others do, should we say? So yeah, that's a lot of stations.
I have no idea what you're talking about there.
Hey, Sophia, welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. So yes, I think having and erred about it a little bit, I think what I'm going to do down here is just bring out nick one of these areas in the stacker and turn it into what have we got here? What are you? Train stop dash. So they're ripe for a nicking, and then just put in a single 1-1 train here to take away the Let's try that again. Talking is hard. And then put in a single 1-1 train to take away the satellite telemetry. So if I come along here and I say to you, I want you to also have minus 10 million satellite telemetry, which is not you, is you. Minus 10 million. That's about 10 million. I lost track of how many times I'd hit the button on the way through. Then yeah, a blue belt is absolutely fine for this. I'll turn that round for the moment while I program it, otherwise unfortunatenesses will happen. Run that down a little bit, and then, you know what, let's put it straight through that gap since it's there. Then I can come up here like this, and we'll have a blue underground like this to there, and then another blue loader on the top there to put it into a train. And then this station here is going to now going to be known as satellite telemetry pickup. Yeah, this will be quite a bit harder without loaders, I have to admit. They do make quite a big difference. And oh yes, posture. My posture's not that bad. I could sit up a little bit more, but I'm basically about right. And drinking is a good idea, though. I should keep myself hydrated.
Okay. Right. Nice. Put some logic
Glub.
in. Wait.
Right. So you actually, I need. Oh no! Wait. No. This is all bad. This has all gone wrong. All that up there like that, please. Then I can turn that one round. Something will try and get out. I can now put in a filter on here. It'll be the satellite telemetry. Turn it round to empty it back in there. Turn it round again. There we go. This is how you have to do things with loaders. Right. Have you never seen me drinking on stream before? Yes, yeah. Using a mixture of inserters and loaders to prioritize is a really neat trick. That's something we're going to try and do a bit more often. Or at least I'm going to try and do a bit more often because other people are already doing it.
Have you added it to the combinator, Laurence?
Yes, I have. Thank you. Yeah, the anomaly ending is going to be interesting. I mean, I don't know very much about it yet, apart from having been into a thingy into a pyramid on Talos, and learnt about and found some weird glyphs that have been drawn. So yeah, it's just going to be a case of it'll be very interesting to find out. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. So I could put in the station here, pour them down here, put them onto this belt, which already leads down here, and will lead over to where the gold science is being made. But that's quite a lot that's just buffered on the belt, and that feels a little bit unnecessary. Also, there's a bit more space over here, so I could put in a station here. This is taking away meteor defense ammo. That's fine. I can put in another station sort of right next door to it, of essentially the same design. Could you put it that way, please? Thank you.
Quick question.
5.
Is technically a viable answer, but okay.
Oh dear.
It's alright, I got it. It didn't work. Everything's broken. Laurence, what have you done? Laurence.
I accept no responsibility.
I want to mock, but I also want an answer to my question. Excuse me. So, for iridium plates and iridium crystals,
Do you mean
is there a
imicites?
signal?
I think you mean imicite.
I do, yes.
Okay.
Is there a signal coming from somewhere saying what Norbit requires? Or what is required generically that will then get shipped out to Norbit?
There will be signals coming in from the individual delivery cannon chests that are currently getting the iridium plate, the imicite plates and imicite crystals, but they're going to be a bit sporadic and so there isn't a proper one from Norbit. No.
Okay. So
Working out what to send is the part of the design issue.
Well, yes. I mean, it's the simple one there is listen to what the demand is and then supply the demand. But that means I need to know what the demand is. Now, what I
work
could
out what
do,
to send for that.
what I could do is take the. This is both horrible and lovely at the same time. Is to take here. Oh, bloody one of them just fired. Basically, all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, all 7 signals from these 7 things, and just go combine them, and then say that's what you need.
Except each of those signals will be 1.
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's
fine.
I think no. I think what you want to do, or what more likely, or possibly what we want you to do, is to make sure that there is always at least a certain amount of imersite crystals and imersite plates in Norbit, and those will be taken away as necessary to other places where they're needed, whether that's down on the ground or up, or also up in space.
Yeah, I mean, that's easy done as well. All you do there is, again, not necessarily the most elegant solution. Excuse me. What you do is you say, when the warehouse... I'm trying to work out which one's the right one here now.
Basically, you say you have a combinator next to the warehouse that says minus 10,000 of each of them. You add it onto what's in the warehouse, and you send that number over, and then you fill up the spaceship to that amount, and then send the spaceship over, and you arrange the numbers so that it's typically sending a spaceship fulls and stuff.
Yes, as long as it's that'll get you a specific amount. What you could do is to say when it gets less than 2,000, for the sake of argument. Your specific numbers, I suspect, would actually break the system because it'd be more than a full ship. Anyway,
okay, my numbers were arbitrary.
I know what you were saying in terms of the core concept, which is the important bit. The other was to say if either of them gets less than 2,000, bring a load of that next time. That can be used for example. So that way, it's always keeping it topped up.
But how do you make sure? How do you make sure a load is a suitable amount?
The tricky part is going to be bringing it over in appropriate quantities so that you don't need 3 warehouses of each storage space of 3 storage warehouses for each one over in Norbit.
We've got 5 storage warehouses in Norbit. So what you'd do is you'd say if you have less than half a warehouse of one, then bring more than that, more of that. But that's it. Therefore, it can never have more than.
3.5 warehouses.
Yes, total, which means that would be guaranteed to fit in orbit.
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I think I prefer that solution, to be honest. You got to do the calculations. Go on.
You'd have to mess with the unloading from these 3 warehouses into this warehouse. Using the vitamizer one because it's the one I happen to be looking at.
Okay, yep. Literally the one next door, but okay, yep.
I zoomed in on an arbitrary one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh yeah, so Marc is already doing essentially the sort of thing you're trying to be doing, except he's doing it with 6 different things instead of 2.
I'm looking for the...
Figure out how the spaceship is set up.
Sorry, say again?
Just watch Laurence summary videos next time to see how the ship has been set up.
No, I want to get it right, Marc. I want to get it right.
What are you saying about Marc's designs?
Marc's designs are very elegant and sophisticated.
But too complex for your fragile little mind. Yeah, I know.
My fragile little mind, yes, that is the problem here. Yeah, okay, I can do that. That's a signal receiver. Find somebody a signal transmitter. No problem. Cool. Right, I've got an idea then. I as long as you make sure, as you say, it's balanced in terms of making sure that you don't accidentally clag the system up and have it deadlock. Then
yeah,
I prefer the draw, the drive-by draw method rather than the drive-by trying to maintain N stock.
What do you mean?
So drive-by N stock is where you say, I want there to all... No, I phrased that completely wrong.
That would explain why I didn't understand.
Yeah, which is fair. My excuse is I have 2 small children. It's an excuse that's going to stick with me for several years.
You can't just keep having children to give you excuses.
Yeah. I know what I mean, and that's good enough. Moving on.
I don't understand how your design is different, other than it doesn't request partial amounts. But
well,
Okay.
Yeah, so it would
Oh, yeah, I
effectively
need to make a
request
train.
half a ship if both would be of one resource, if both resources were being requested concurrently.
Why not just, if you're going, maintain half a shipload of stuff there, or maintain a shipload of each of them there, then you can't, it'll never ask for more than a shipload, but when it gets to wanting a full shipload, it will sort of feels that
Stupid.
just works, but
Um,
I don't know.
possibly not properly understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, possibly.
From what I'm hearing, or as I'm understanding it, rather, let's phrase it that way, because that's fair. And I appreciate this probably has just been misunderstanding. To make that work properly, you end up with some slightly janky calculations well, not janky is the wrong word, but some calculations where if something goes wrong, it's going to be a pain to debug it. If you get it right, it should be fine, obviously. To make sure that you request the right things at the right time, you don't inadvertently request basically one as a priority over the other by the virtue of the way the system, or by the nature of the way that the system is physically set up.
I think you should be fine with that, because if you have them both loading in parallel, then
They are.
it'll load both.
I mean, I suppose I could randomize for free, set every single belt immediately before each individual loader, rather than I was doing it a bit further upstream than that. On the grounds that it don't matter. But yes, it is pretty straightforward to go and set it up much closer to.
You need the splitting anyway, because as Marc has done here, because otherwise, how do you need to be able to limit how much goes into the final warehouse?
Oh yeah, no, sorry, I'm not talking about that bit. Yeah, that bit's fine. That doesn't bother me. And you could do that with setting filters or all kinds of things. I was talking about. I thought you meant on terrace on the ground.
Well, you just have, if you just had one loader for each of them, it would just work.
Yes, you're quite right, regular nines. Should be an and. Thank you.
The first thing will be, it will be empty, and so there will be space for both of them to load at the train at the same time, or whatever you're loading.
What are you doing? You're receiving. Okay, that's not helpful.
You can decide, Chess, and Laurence can keep talking to chat, and we'll have a quick. So I think I know what you're saying, but
yeah, I've not been listening, so I've not been involved. And yeah, it probably makes more sense. Okay, so I need to. In that case, that means I can actually start talking to you guys again and start talking about what I've been what I've been doing here while Mike was rambling on vaguely and trying to explain what he was up to. So yes, I put in that train that's then going to be shuttling the satellite telemetry from the resource dump station down to here. It will then bring it along here. It'll unload it out here. This will all work fine. The problem we will have here is that there is nothing setting a limit on this system. So we will just continue launching endless satellite rockets and getting enormous quantities of data being brought out until the whole system just jams up with it completely. And so, in order to stop that happening, I'm going to put in a signal transmitter here and connect it up to that and say to only launch satellites when this goes below 1,000 maybe? We should still end up with a little bit of it buffered, I think. But if I put in a limit of 1,000 on that, and we'll give it some power as well. In fact, let's not put that there. Let's put that there, and then we can bring a signal across from here and see what it is as well. In fact, let's put in order, just in case there's a power crisis, which there really shouldn't be on Norvis, because, you know, centre of the universe and all that. We'll put in a combinator here, and we'll set a negative number on that. We'll send a negative number up, as is traditional. Warehouse space to store data, yeah. Yeah, the thing is that this is only a single chest. This is only going to store a couple of thousand of them. Then there's going to be a load more on this belt, sure. There's going to be some in the train. There's going to be some, and then we can store a little bit in the warehouse at the top end as well. So that we do have places where the data can be stored. It's not going to be too serious, but I think it'd be nice to make sure that we have to have something to stop it. Otherwise, we're going to end up in that position where you've just realised you've accidentally made 10 million satellite telemetry data, and then you feel quite silly. There we go. So on here, we're going to put in satellite telemetry data minus 1,000. Seems like a good number. So we're sending that up, and this is going to be called satellite telemetry from Norvis. Then we can go back up to Norbit again. Boop. Here we are. Not this bit of Norbit. Where am I? Yeah, I need to be over here. And we tell we have a signal receiver around here somewhere, which I don't currently really have room for, but I can put down some scaffolding and then make room. That's how we do things. Boop, that goes there. Put in a signal receiver in here, connect that up to the inserter that is going to be in here, and therefore loading in the doohickeys. Yeah, it would be, yes, I suppose it would be quite nice if we could just plug this thing directly into one of the signal transmitters and pass it down. But then maybe it's one of those things like if you need to I mean, even companies like Google will use a lorry load full of hard drives, or no, they're not actually literally a lorry load full of hard drives, but they will use a container with essentially a data center built into it that you can bring along to your site somewhere. You plug it into your network. You copy all of the data off your network onto the computers in their truck, and then it'll drive off, and that's how you get your data from one place to another, if you're talking about the sheer quantities of data where that sort of thing actually makes sense. So yeah, sending data by vehicle like that, not quite so silly an idea as it sounds. Yeah,
that's actually a quote from a computer network.
Oh yeah, never underestimate the
book.
bandwidth of a station wagon full of hard drives trundling around whichever major motorway of your country you want. Yeah, and it's true. The problem with that quote and what Regular Nines has said, pallets of hard drive being the most efficient bulk data transfer, you're not wrong, but the effort of putting all the data on and off of those drives is quite significant, and that's why I think these big data companies will have basically they'll turn up with presumably some sort of fiber connection on the side of this truck that is there and then connected to it's presumably going to be a massive NAS on the inside of the truck to allow you to copy the data.
I mean, if you research, at least a few years ago when I looked into it, Amazon Glacier,
maybe that's one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, the deep storage backup system of Amazon. Basically, you can ship them disks, and if they back it up, and if you need a backup restored, you can just ship a hard drive there, and they'll bring it back to you.
Okay, yeah, and that fits with roughly what's the sort of thing I was thinking. It's not exactly the same, but what? Where did telescope come from? Yeah, it's not quite the same as what I was thinking, but it makes a lot of sense to post the hard drives if you've got big enough amounts of data. And I'm just using consumer level hard drives, and I've got an 8 terabyte hard drive in my desktop because you have a lot of video data to deal with, and the thought of trying to send 8 terabytes over even a decently fast internet connection is frankly horrifying. No, it's all going wrong. It's all going very wrong. Let's try and connect these up correctly and slightly more neatly. There we go. I should be doing this through copy-paste, really, and at some point I'm going to get bored and just say, well, that'll do. No, I've started, so I'll finish, as they say. Right, so all of these need to be reading, like that, and holding this as well, and then I'll copy that all the way along here, like this. Oh yeah, yeah. The thing is, if you give if you put a micro SD card on a pigeon, which a pigeon's obviously going to easily be able to carry, you're going to be able to transfer that. That could be up to about 1 terabyte these days, which is a huge amount of data. So yeah, it's going to easily outdo any sort of any sort of internet connection over any sort of reasonable distance. Your ping times are not going to be amazing, but you can certainly transfer a lot of data. Right, is this all going to work? So across here we're passing through everything except those things. So yes, we will get the satellites will make it all the way over here when a train comes up with them. Yeah, but you wouldn't really want, as I say, yes, you get fantastic overall bandwidth, but you wouldn't really want to do multiplayer gaming over it, would you? Unless you're doing chess by email or something like that. Was there an XKCD or something where it was talking about that, and it was sort of there was a knock at the door and someone said, "Oh honey, the internet's arrived," and they sort of accept a hard drive in, and that's got the sort of the however many gigabytes of internet data they just requested, or something equally silly, because you know XKCD. Yeah. It's 1.5 inch. Wow, that's a drive about that sort of size, and yeah. Actually, that said, yes, the NVMe drives I have in my desktop, I've got. I think one of them is a 2 terabyte drive, and it is about the size that you're saying, Ed. Yes, they're really words. Yeah, it's just data storage is so compact these days. It's absolutely ridiculous, and so fast as well. It does seem slightly weird to me that the smallest type of format for data storage is also the fastest, of the sort of standard consumer grade ones anyway. That always feels very, very weird. How are we doing with satellites then? We have a signal of still have minus 20 satellites. Where have my satellites got to? Have any actually got onto this train? No, there must be a break in the belt somewhere. Right, let's play Hunt the Satellites, because they should be coming in along here. And we saw that quite a lot were being made, and oh, here they are. There's a gap because I had to landfill that area. Yes, XKCD is an excellent comic. Yes, exactly. There are ways that you can do data transfer by pigeon. It's only fairly ridiculous as concepts go. But yeah, why not? I mean, as you say, yeah, there was a time when you didn't expect to be able to get a reply to a message within a fraction of within a few milliseconds. It's yes, things have changed quite a lot. There we go. There's all my satellites, and the next one as well. And yeah, I think yes, I think the first thing that really got me is one of the things I remember really striking me with sort of how technology advances, and I'm aware this might make me sound a little bit old, was a micro SD card of some sort of arbitrarily large amount. It was probably 8 gigabytes or something at the time, but the fact that you could fit 8 gig onto a thing this size at that time, that was just absolutely astonishing. There is a gap in here. Yeah, that's actually, I think, deliberate. It's been there for a long time anyway, because I think we don't actually need stone bricks in space. Yeah, this belt doesn't actually go anywhere. So, I mean, I say deliberate. It was because we're building up this area over here, and we left gaps on all the belts we didn't need over on this side, and then filled them in as we did. And there is absolutely nothing in space, apparently, that needs stone bricks. So we haven't fixed that one up. So we'll leave that one alone, since it's been like that for a while. Right, so those satellites have just gone straight through. They will now rattle up into the train, and we'll find out how many of them there are in a moment. Like that. There were more than 5 of them on that line. I could see more than 5. What's going on? Oh, I see. The train is full. I did not. I'm gonna manually dispatch the train because I did not consider that potential problem. I forgot these only stack to 1. So this is just going to keep running and bringing more and more of them along here and passing more and more of them up through here until it gets to sort of silly amount. So we're going to dispatch that train. It can go up, unload at Probulator even, and then come back down again, and things will be slightly better. And then we can sort of. Things will gain a little bit of sanity. I mean, again, as I said, it's not the end of the world if we accidentally get far too many of whatever being shipped around. We just end up generating buffers, and that doesn't really matter. The only thing to try and avoid is the massive runaway ridiculous issues where you just have stupid numbers of, well, anything. So if I ended up with 100 or 200 satellites up there, it would be a little bit silly, yes, but it wouldn't be a serious problem. Let's go and see it up there and see how it's getting on. Right, so the train's unloading. All this has been passed through here. The satellites are probably coming down here. This is currently red because we don't need any additional satellite telemetry down on Norvis because we've got loads already from the system we already had. And we're going to work our way through that before we start using anything new. Okay, everything's now been passed through here. The satellites are probably on this belt and I just can't see them. Oh, there we go. You can see the twinkle of the light going down the belt there. That's really cool. As a satellite flows through. And gets to there. Oh, they are all down here at the end. You know what? Let's actually take that down from 20. Let's take that down to 2. And that's stopped. And this will only let them out in little bursts now, basically. So we'll have a couple of them down here. And then as they get used up, we'll send another couple through. And that'll help reduce the number of them we bring up to make it a little bit less ridiculous. So that should now work. At least once we get the, whatever it is, the holmium solenoids in order to start making these probe rockets. So yeah, pleased with that in concept. Down here, the train has not re-arrived yet. Re-arrived? Is that suitable English? Oh, it's this train, isn't it? Yes, it is, because it stopped off to pick up a load of junk. Probably, well, I can't tell which planet that's come from, but a load of junk on the way down, just to make sure it's being dealt with properly. So it then comes in here. It'll pick up the rest of those rockets, the rest of those satellites. And we can now see down here that we're waiting for another 9 satellites. So we got 11 through in total. And that's okay. They'll carry on drifting through in a sort of slow dribble. He says, trying to spot the next one. There's one. Yeah, so they're coming through quite gradually, which is, to be honest, is what I expect and what I want. I'm going to let that. It'll gradually fill up over time. And if I can find where we're making the damn things again, here we go. Yeah, so this is a. It's not a quick recipe, and it takes quite a long time to fill up with all of the accumulators that are needed. Where are the accumulators? Oh, the accumulators are coming up. Ah, right. So we're trying to make 10 accumulators down here, and these are being made individually and relatively slowly. So this is a really, really slow system, but it's been more than fast enough so far. So I think this is absolutely fine. I'm happy to. Oh, re-arrived is actually an acceptable English, is it? Okay, that's good to know. I should carry on using it. So the only remaining problem here is the fact that we're not making these radars on site. And what goes into a radar? It can't be that hard, can it? A normal Tier 1 radar is a small electric motor, an automation core, a stone brick, and steel plates. So we've got small electric motors here, and automation cores, and stone bricks somewhere. They'll be on here somewhere. I've probably gone past them. They're bound to be on here because they're such a standard thing that you need. Yeah, no, that's stone. Oh yeah, here we go. Stone bricks and steel plates. So it was just me being lazy because I couldn't be bothered to get 4 different types of thing off the belt. So that's disgraceful. Let's put in a machine there. It can be a blue one. That's fine. Then we just have the standard system here where we go like this, belt, like this, belt. These come up here, across there, and then we have an inserter. I find this the entertaining thing here is that I've just gone back to using yellow everythings because this is what's being used in this area because it's such old tech from before we started just going, well, sod it, let's just use blue everywhere because we can. No, I'm just using yellows because I can. And we have need of such low levels of throughput that it's almost a why not? Just might as well. And down here, I will need to pull up a chunk of this like that. Let's pull up that much. That's fine. Exactly. We don't need anything better than yellow. Yellow is absolutely fine. So what's the point in using something better? I pulled up more than I needed to there, but never mind. Can we have that demolished, please? Thank you. That can go there. In fact, let's put that back in place. Yeah, that goes up there, and then up like this. I'll put that one in there because it can fit. And then here, we're going to need... Yeah, okay, that's gone. Now down here, we need to bring up these things as well, and also steel, which is down here. Steel is nice and open, so I could bring steel up anywhere I want. But I could put this in here. Get rid of a bit more of that. Steel is going to be this one, so I've put the steel splitter there. That is a blue one, actually. Let's make that blue. Let's do where there's a faster belt going through, I will respect that. He says, glancing down to see if he's actually respected it at all. Right, this is a red one, so I'm going to use a blue one because I can't see any reds, and that is fine too. So put that in there, and then we can just do this again. Boop. This feels sort of... All right, we'll use a red underground there because I'm lazy. This feels sort of nostalgic, building up these sort of little bus build things like this, because I've not done any... I feel like it's been a long time since I've messed around with these things, because I've been busy doing, well, other stuff. Oh, that needed to be a red one underneath there anyway, because that's a red belt there. And this could be a yellow. Let's be unnecessarily efficient. Oh, and then we need a piece of belt down here like that. Okay, so that's that input. You are to be making radars. I don't know why I had alt mode switched off. Radars. And you will make them like this, and you will have a power connection like this. And then we will use a red inserter to chuck them over the wasp name into there. You will stop requesting because that's bad, and we're not going to use you anymore. And we'll just let those get gradually used up over time. That's absolutely fine. And we'll also find out if I manage to just learn that recipe correctly when I glance at it. Yes. Yes, I did. Nice. I managed to remember something. Well done. Well done, me. I just need that steel to finally find it. This is the downside of using yellow belts when you've got used to the faster ones. It just takes so long for this to all be brought up here. I suppose I could have built the whole thing in blue belts and then downgraded it to yellow, but that seems silly. I'll wait a little while. Yeah, we will have a ton of yellow in storage, but actually what we've got is our belt making area over here actually makes all of them, and in theory, well, I was going to say puts them into green chests. It doesn't. It puts them into yellow chests with a logistics filter on them. So the yellow belts get made and put into here. If we then, they can be taken away for and used for builds. If we build up if we then upgrade to blue belts, then the yellow belts will be brought back to here. Will go into these chests and will be passed through. And for reasons of because Tristan hates UPS, he's got inserters just passing them all around randomly like this. Actually, I'm being rude behind him. I'm rude to him behind his back, aren't I? Because he disappeared off to go and talk. Oh, you're back. Okay, that's all right then. I didn't know whether you and Mike had come back again yet.
We agreed that Mike is the best, and that my designs are awesome, but that Tristan's are also viable if you choose to play the game that way. And then we had a quick chat about city block designs because why not?
Yeah, I suppose why not indeed. So we've got nearly all of the satellites.
Tristan's shaking his head in despair. He's like, oh, why do I even bother?
Right.
Told him all the things he was doing wrong, and he wouldn't listen.
That sounds on brand. Okay, so we've got nearly all of these satellite telemetries come through here. So let's take some of these out now because we don't need these anymore because we're not doing any of this. This is all old school now. We can get rid of this and then use this space on the bus for something else at some point in the future. Next time I can't count. Delete that and that's a long belt. Okay, this is the end of it though. So we come up here now. Delete these bits as well because we're not using any of this or this or this or this. So much easier to put these things down than it is to pick them back up again. This is why we don't normally bother tidying up in Factorio, I guess. So we don't need any... It's found... Oh! Bollocks. Delete that. Sod it. I know it's just trying... They're all being delivered to here because that's a green chest. So they're all the ones that were... The few that were lost in splitters and stuff like that were getting brought back over here, but never mind. Right, so now we should be doing the gold science. Well, it'll be running off this buffer for quite a long time because there's 2300 in there. But in the future, this should start working once we've got the holmium solenoids available. Yes, bots do make them a little bit easier. It's probably. I think it is supposed to be evening the chests out with logistics tech magic. Yes, I think it is. But it still looks a bit unnecessary. Okay, so where have we got to? We should have a nice dribble of satellites coming into here. So we've got some satellites. We've got some satellites in this train. One, two, let's mouse over it. That's an easier way to tell. So we've got 9 in there, 7 in there, 16 plus the ones that went up is probably sufficient. If we look on here, we can see that we're still waiting for another 4, kind of. I guess that's because I haven't linked the belt storage quantity into the chests up there. I can't do that easily, so I think I probably won't. We'll let there be an additional 2 on the belt. That's fine. Yeah, so we just need to wait for a few more of those to come through. We can ship them up, and then everything will be fine up there. How are we doing? We're not very full here, so we need a little bit more of that to come through. Oh yeah, I should probably make a specific video about the light display, because it is kind of cool. This thing it just tells us how much of absolutely everything we've got. Yeah, I should make a sort of standalone video about it and explain it. But basically, it's just sort of you have the signals for everything coming in at the bottom, and then I think, are these all independently coded? How is it working? Okay.
Yeah,
right, yeah. The wiring is all fairly fiddly. You have green wires going vertically, red wires going horizontally, and then you compare the numbers and have the light come on if applicable, basically. And
so
I think
it's only the bottom combinator pair that are needed to be manually wired, manually configured.
oh yes, and of
Other
course,
than
then
that,
you can
it's
do
just
everything with copy and
copy-paste.
paste as well, can't you? So that's nice and easy. Yeah, so I probably should. Yeah, I should make a video about these things because everyone likes it. Everyone likes a pretty display that gives you lots of information. No, there hasn't been a specific. I've talked about it a bit in the catch-up videos, but I don't think I've delved into the depths of how it works. But I've certainly talked about it a little bit. And from this, we can see that we're a bit short of iron ore at the moment. It's not crisis level, but we have got yellow lights, and similarly, we're a bit short of iron ingots. Again, that one's in the green though, so that's okay. And we're short of purple belts, but that's a sort of a known thing. Rare metals aren't that high. Yeah, so you can get lots of information out of it at a quick glance. You can see that over here, for example, we're a bit short of space science for some reason. Who knows why? But yes, that is a nice, neat display. Hello, Sir JMO. We fairly arbitrarily we sort of thought about it and decided what was a sensible number to use as a cutoff level. I think the way it probably works is there's probably a divisor down here. Yes, so we divide the amount of a thing by a large number. Where for silicon is 1,000, for science packs is 100, for liquids maybe 10,000. You see, so these are all different numbers depending on what we're measuring, and that allows us to change what 100% and what 50% and so on means. Yeah, I can see trying to make Tetris and Factorio would lead me to rage quitting as well. I like playing around with the combinators a little bit, but there's something this sort of level. Yes, this would fit within my brain, but trying to make an actual computer, I think, would cause my brain to turn to cheese and fall out of my ears. So we won't do that. How is holmium looking, Tristan?
I've upgraded all the modules to tier 3 now. And it's flowing. I don't know if the spaceship has left yet.
There is no the Njord spaceship is not here in Norbit.
No, it is in Norbit.
Okay.
There's 3,000 to 4,000 odd holmium on it.
Right. I don't know if that's worth sending or not.
I'm currently in the process of adding another claw mine.
Okay. Yeah, we knew. It seems it's the limiting factor for a couple of things at the moment. It's going to be a space elevator cable problems. It's going to cause problems for space elevator cables in the not too distant future as well. Not immediately. We've got a while before it's a problem. But yeah, holmium is definitely the thing that we are currently concerned about. Oh, I need to fix this. The thing that we're currently concerned about. So I need to move all of this a little bit further out. Excuse me. Like to here. and then put some more belt in across here. So these inserters will drop onto the belt rather than dropping onto... Because inserters put things down on the far side of the splitter. Somebody pointed this out to me in the video comments. I hadn't realised I'd messed that one up. But yeah, that needs to be fixed. And the same over here. So let's take out a chunk of that. Put this in here instead. I didn't need to take out anything like that much belt, but never mind. There we go. So let's fix both of those. So that is now going to be... I think that's everything I need for the tier 4 Astro Science. So we'll bring, once all that's brought over here, we'll have all four of these. There is going to be some assembly required in order to get a platform to launch the probe rockets. But once we've done that, it will then come down here, flow that up here. We will magically have tier 4 Astro Science going into the train as well. Let's check this. So that's just a straight up split. That's fine. Is this programmed correctly? Yes, it is. Nice. Okay, so we can then put that. That'll then go into the train. The train will need to be reprogrammed a little bit, but it'll bring the tier 4s over here. We can upgrade all of this. This train here, you need to be a little bit cleverer. So yeah, this is going to need to bring up ingots, poles, berylliums, the beryllium these things, and beryllium the other things. How am I going to get stuff out of here without everything going wrong? I could program these ones first. That's how I'll do it. So I want instead of filtering out trees, I want you to filter out holmium. Oh anything. Stop it. I've broken everything. Yeah, here we go. Fail. As a temporary fix, let's do that, and then try and make a load of Astro. If we could do an Astro research, that'd be very helpful, because it would help fix the problem I've just created. So what I should have done over here is gone, actually I would like that to be aeroframe bulkheads, and then you take the other one out like that, and then I can copy this to here and here and here and here. That was astonishingly dumb. It wasn't even difficult. I just screwed it up. Actually, that's quite. I feel like that's quite a lot of achievement, no guard. Actually, getting it to sort of move things around like that. That's yeah, very. Actually, building a computer at all out of the Factorio stuff feels very impressive. Yeah, I'm honestly quite impressed with that. But yeah, moving over to drinking instead does sound like a very good idea. I'll drink to that. Although this one is only water because tomorrow is a work day. Thank you, Tempe. Much appreciated. Yeah, we've had a lot of fun doing the series, and I think having the video summaries every week is a nice way to give people a bit of an idea of what's been going on, even if they either don't have the time to or don't want to watch the stream for whatever reason. And also, it's an opportunity to just talk about things in a sort of slightly different way and different feel. So yeah, I like that. Hey, beryllium these things and beryllium those things, exactly. Would you like me to try again? We've got ingots, we've got sticks, we've got scaffolds, and we've got bulkheads. There we go. I actually got the names mostly right that time. Circuitry in Factorio is... It depends what you're doing with it. Like here, this is trivial. We've got a cable going from a warehouse to a piece of belt, saying if the belt is if there is more than 1,000 in the belt, then if there's less than 1,000 of the thing in the warehouse, then run the belt. If there isn't, then don't. That's using circuits. And cables and things, and it's really, really easy. I think everybody, I imagine almost everybody, anyone who's watching a space exploration playthrough is probably going to be capable of this sort of level of Factorio circuitry. Or at least if they don't know about it, then they can learn very, very quickly. Something like Tristan's display is manageable. It's complicated, but I think I think it would be relatively. You could learn about it relatively easily, I think. Something like trying to make a computer out of it that can play Tetris, that is brain melting. I wouldn't have gone that far. I personally wouldn't go that far. I think that's a bit, as I say, would make my brain melt. Oh, that's true. Yes, the weekly videos are also a good way to get a summary on other people's shenanigans, which I will sometimes show off to an extent, but I don't always get the opportunity. So, this train, I now need to start doing this. Is there an easier way to do this? Probably not. I need to tell this train now needs to carry a bit of everything, at least a bit of all the beryllium, this, that's, and the others, in order to bring them up here, because we're going to switch around how this system works a bit. So we have those, Then I guess we'll have the bulkheads. I'll copy one wagon onto the other one, so I won't need to go through this process this slowly twice. That's the good news. And then down at the other end, I can then I will get the joy of programming up, setting it up so that all of the things get brought up. Circuitry with more than 3 combinators in series is witchcraft. Yeah. The biggest problem I find with having multiple combinators in series is that you then is the lag between them. So the signals aren't propagated instantly. You can't put a signal into a circuit and immediately have the answer pop out the other end. It takes one tick for it to go through every combinator. So that has in the past led to some funny edge cases where, for example, I think my spaceship trains in my 0.5 run had some funny issues where the train would turn up and then would leave at the wrong time because it was expecting to have because the signal didn't propagate through quickly enough to tell it not to leave. So that's a bit that could be a problem. If there is a hotkey for copying slots, that would be very, very useful. I don't know what it is, but
copy paste. Shift right click, shift left click.
Oh, okay. That's good because I think I just wiped everything I did because because that is some fairly advanced level muppetry. So let's do that again. So let's try that again. So, oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's much easier. I'm very glad because I wouldn't want to have to go through all that again because that was frustratingly slow. So let's now get the beryllium sticks. Stop clicking on the wrong things, Laurence. How long have you been playing Factorio for? You'd think you'd know how to do it by now. So we need stick. We've got the airframe scaffolds already, and so we also need the bulkheads. And then we go copy paste, do it the right way around this time. There we go. Oh, I still need to do that step of it. Right. Yeah, being able to wire up to the inserters, to the loaders would be quite handy. That would be nice. Oh, I see. Yes, the lag. I see the lag between the ticks being. Yeah, that will get you. I can see why that would break you. Occasionally, it's useful. Like it's good if you want to set up counting devices and things like that. Then having the lag between them is a little bit handy. But most of the time, not quite so much. So I also need to program in down here with all of the other things to set the train off when it doesn't have the things it needs. But I'm not going to do that yet. That means for that I need to go back down to Norvis, and we need to find the beryllium, what is it, or whatever it's called, the space science, Astro science train. Astro pickup, is it that one or is it the other? No, it's Side Park Astro pickup, this one. So here, we need to feed in beryllium ingots, beryllium poles, beryllium bulkheads, and all of those need to, none of those have stations yet, I don't. Oh, no, I take it back. They do they have stations? Yes, they do. The bulkheads have stations. Okay, so that's a start. That's a third of it done. But we still need the poles and the ingots to be brought in over here. Or alternatively, we have the beryllium ingots being brought down to here somewhere. Over here somewhere? Here. So I could pipe them. I could mark belt them from here over to... The question is it better to mark belt from here to here? Or is it better to run a train from here down to here and then belt them up from here, in which case they'll actually be in the proper system? I think bringing the belt in from the top is going to be a bit more sensible, probably. Stop being dark. There we go. And then bring them in.
Needed for something else.
No, I don't think I've done that yet. I don't see any belts anyway, so I don't think that's been done yet.
No, until they're needed for something else.
Oh, until they're needed for something else. Well, when they're needed for something else, it'll actually be better. It'll be just as good because we can have a top bus and a bottom bus for the exotic materials. That's fine.
Oh.
I think it's fine. The ingots are already in orbit, but we have a choice. We have a choice with that. They're not on. They are. Yeah. So I could put in another station here and bring the ingots straight over and unload them into the system from there or from here. But then I get an entire trainload of them turning up, which is more than we strictly need. And also it would mean putting in another station along here, and it's getting a little bit crowded. And I mean, it certainly could be done. We could pipe them up into these chests up here, warehouses up here. Yeah, it certainly could. Well, actually, just no, straight onto these belts here. It could be done. It might be easier. It might be better. On the other hand, we could. Mike, you tried to talk.
Sorry, yeah, I'm having a look. It looks like we've run out of ion stream. in orbit?
Yes, that's because we ran out of lithium. I'm dealing with it.
Ooh,
Okay.
how did we run out of lithium?
Train wasn't turning up to the station.
Oh, it was a train problem rather than a production problem. Okay, that's all right then. So what was I saying?
I've pinged something. There's some aeroplane bulkheads on the aeroplane scaffolding belt. And
Oh yeah, so there are. How gauche. I think I'll just rip the belt up there and get rid of them, and then put it back again. There we go. I don't know where how those got there. I don't want to think about it.
I mostly mention it because if that's going to happen again, then
It is.
Oh,
I've just pinged.
Yes,
no drop
yes.
set.
I just noticed that. There's a lot of what? Where's this train? What is this train doing? This is doing aeroscaffold pickup to aeroscaffold drop. Right. Okay. Aeroscaffold pickup is over here. Why has that got a load of? Hang on, over here. Where have I? What have I screwed up? Basically.
Did you copy and paste the station name?
That seems like a reasonable assumption. No, well, maybe I did in the past. It's not wrong now, though, which is almost more worrying.
I plan on sending this train back with bulkheads in it.
Do you want to send it to the bulkhead drop-off station? The one that's down to the south of the space train area, switchover area, because that'd be the correct place to put them. TM. Also, all my beryllium stuff has ground. Oh, it's because there's no immosite coming in because Mike's working on it. That's fine.
Is there still no immosite coming in? Or rephrase that: is there no immosite coming in again?
There is no immosite coming in. I'm expecting. I don't have a train system set up to bring it in yet. We have. It was coming by. It was coming by delivery cannon, but it's because I haven't upgraded it to bring it in by train yet.
Okay, that's.
So, yeah.
Actually, in fairness, immosites died in the immosite byproducts thing. Why?
I don't see an immosite train down on Norvis.
So the Norvian one's waiting to pick it up from the space interchange, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah. Spaceport. There's a station down here called Mr. Gaminger, which I suspect is meant to be immosite at some point, but had never got finished because the immosite wasn't being brought in appropriately.
No, it's it looks like, and I might be wrong, but it looks like one of these ones where, because it's train-to-train transfer, and there's not a phenomenal quantity of buffering. Actually, there's a whole warehouse. Never mind.
Here, you're looking here, I assume.
I moved away and looked into orbit.
Okay.
Which one's that one? That's not it.
Sorry, I'm trying to read chat as well as listen to you.
I can't. This one here. Okay, it's HS. Is that?
What? No, this is iridium, Mike.
I thought you said iridium.
No, I said immosite.
Oh, sorry, never mind. Yeah, it's fine. Don't worry.
What state is immosite in?
Immosite still has loads ready to fire off in cannons. Oh, do you want plates or crystals?
Plates.
Right, fire off the entire backlog. I can shunt a few more that way, that's not a problem, bear with.
Yeah, that'd be handy. I'll get the beryllium stuff running in. The iridium. Oh dear, I'm doing it now. I'm not particularly worrying about it right now. Sorry, I've realised I'm getting left behind a bit by chat because I've been too busy talking to you. Let me find. I've lost YouTube chat, unfortunately. Well, no, it's not true. I've lost YouTube chat history. What are we putting in? I'm not sure what we're putting into the bus from the left. What state is immosite? Yeah, yes. If it was liquid, it'd be in barrels. Very, very good. Yes, Tempe. It would be. Yeah, I think as Nogard says, you can. Yes, you can have multiple ships dock in the same place. I did that in 0.5 for refueling, and it worked. It worked fine. The only problem with it is that if you have too many ships trying to go to the same place, you can get a ship jam, and then it just means it takes forever to get through them. So it can slow things down rather a lot, and especially if you're using it for refueling like I was. Fluids are slow, so it's that was problematic. Yes, the Warptorio was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed playing that. It was. I'm glad I found it, and it was. Yeah, yes, it was very, very good. I can definitely recommend it to anyone who fancies giving it a shot. Yeah, maybe we should have had. We probably should have filtering on all our unloaders. It turns out we don't, and therefore we managed to pollute some things. So, oops, basically. And I should. Yes, I've touched on No God's joke about what state is the immosite in. Yes, it's mostly a solid. Great. So now I need to. Yeah, so I need to have over here. It turns out I'm going to need to have a beryllium stick station as well. Where should I put that? I mean, I could put it down here. But I should add it on the top up here. So let's be good for once. Or maybe I can't squeeze it in here because the way the rails are going, that's a little bit awkward. All right, we'll put another station in on the top here, and we shall call it immosite sticks. Or poles, I think they're probably actually called, but you know. Oh wait, that's an unloading station. Let's put in a loading station to make it easier. Like that. So if I hold down Shift, then I can come in here and I can say I don't want the train stop names. I don't care about train fuel. Yeah, well, that's enough. Actually, I don't need any of this bit because we're not going any further north with this one yet. So I'll get rid of that. It is just that bit I need, and then I can link the rest of it up appropriately. So we put this in up here, make sure it lines up with the existing ones like that. Boom. Let the bots do their thing. There and there, and then this belt comes over here, and then we'll bring it up from a sticky area down south. Can I just run straight through the middle of here? Yes, I can. Nice. So down here, I need to put in I need to split off this belt. So we've got loads and loads of sticks being made here. This is great. We have a huge supply of them. We're getting through stuff at quite a rate, but you know that's fine. That's what stuff is for. So this belt, I think I can bring this down here. I can jump over that one. That's fine. Ooh, too much zoom. No, could we not go under the trees, please? That's just nonsense. Don't do that. Go through the trees. Through the trees. There we go. That's better. Through the trees. Carry on down here. Underneath that one. That's fine. And then get rid of that bit there. Let's put in the other end of that underground there, and then we can bring this belt down here. Where were my sticks? Right the way down here. So can I jump all of this with a blue? I can jump all of that with a blue underground belt. That's phenomenal. I'll bring that up there. Right. So now we're going to pour those up there. They'll go into the warehouse up here in this station. We'll fill that up to whatever level we're filling these things up to, and then I can reprogram it to make this into a beryllium stick pickup station. Pickup stick. Sticky area down south. You're quite right. Yes, it's one of the weird states, like as you say, New Vegas. New Vegas is that? I don't think New Vegas is actually a state. I think it's a game. Right. So that's all. Yeah, that's all fine. I'll leave that to get built. That gives me the sticks I need. Then over here, I was saying, right, let's bring over from here. Let's have an additional output. We'll go blue to sort of. We'll call it. We'll say it's for color coding mostly, and then so we can tell which one of these is the one that. Maybe it should have been a green. Let's make that a green underground because I need that tiny little bit extra distance on it. Bring it down to here. Then we'll switch over to blue because I think blue is going to be more than fast enough for what we need here. Bring that across here like that, and blue belts. Right. This comes across here. Now, which one is it? It's this one down here. So we need to feed that into both sides of the train. So one of these insert things over here is going to be removed. We might as well go for the. I feel like we might as well go for the top one just because there's going to be the most space available for it. So we'll bring a belt down here and we'll splitter it at some point. So this is the belt that I need to join onto. Why is it so dark? Would it not be dark? There we go. That's a bit better. Bring this over here, under that one, and then down there. And anyone else who wants some beryllium can put in their own splitter. That'll be fine. Right. Then I'm going to underground this like that because it's going to be easier than doing the other way. And same with that. Then I can put in a splitter, a blue splitter about, I guess. Wait, hang on. What? Oh, what's going on here? That's all wrong. Get rid of that, get rid of that. All of this down here can go away. And this, and then therefore by extension this, and this. And then we put in the splitter I was talking about. That can go in about here. If we're putting in the underground belt, you're supposed to remove the bit of the belt that was underground there. You know this, bots. Come on. Don't be difficult. You see, you got it right. You got it correct there. That was easy enough, wasn't it? But this one, for some reason, they just didn't bother to remove. I could have brought it all the way around and down the bottom, I suppose. Yeah, that would have worked. I could even come down here and then whipped it round and up in the bottom. But if you that sounds dodgy, but you know what I mean. Or down underneath here and around. Yeah, that would probably been. It would probably been easier, but you know I haven't, so I won't. All right, that goes there. Then we have this belt going into the back of there. Stop it. This one then comes round under here and in there. Right, so there we go. That's going to load up. That's going to allow me to load the train up with that one. We've then got 2 more belts down here to put the beryllium sticks and the beryllium bulkheads on. The bulkheads are already being unloaded, aren't they? Yes, here we go. Here are the bulkheads. So we need to bring them up to one of... I've lost it. One of the... Yeah, these ones. So one of these belts needs to be bulkheads. Let's arbitrarily choose this one. That pylon is my fault, but can't. We can go around it. One of the things we're considering at some point is playing a game of Factorio where once you've placed a building and it has run once or more, you're not allowed to move it. We think this will be extremely painful but extremely interesting. Whether we'll be able to find a mod to do that, or whether we'll have to write our own mod, or whether how we'll do it, we haven't really decided yet, but we think it'll be interesting. So do that, then break out a bit of that, and then put in one of these in there. That's where we're going to need it, so we need to take another piece of that out. Put in a splitter. I kind of don't want to put this down here. Miners, I mean, well, it sort of doesn't really matter with mining drills because you can pick them up or you can not. It's just if you don't pick them up, it's just a slight waste of resources. But to be honest, I find, with the exception of very very early mines, I don't tend to pull them up all that often anyway because they last quite a long time. I always see where I feel that trains are good. Trains are for long distance transport. Belts are for short distance transport. What counts as a long distance and short distance can vary quite a bit depending on what you've got. Like, I mean, for example, these belts here that bring stuff down from the train stations down to here, these are pretty long belts. I'm not going to deny that. An early game, I would this sort of distance, I would probably transport something over by train. But now we're a bit further on into the game. We've got more resources available. We're making belts a bit faster, and also there is more stuff happening, and therefore putting this in as a massive trunk of belts makes a bit more sense. We have a belt going all the way around the outside of the factory, but that's being used all the way around, so that's slightly different. Yeah, sometimes I don't have a straight answer for how long is too long for a belt, because it varies a lot depending on what you're doing, really. For some things, a certain length of belt might seem crazy. For others, it might be perfectly sensible. So yeah, there's your nebulous and unhelpful answer for the night. I'm not promising not to have any more nebulous and unhelpful answers at any point in the future. What are you doing? Your heavy assemblies, okay.
Marc belt, that's the long.
You broke up a lot there, Mark. I know you mentioned Marc belts, but I didn't really catch what else you said.
Sorry, probably when you start spelling of Marc belts, it's too long.
Yeah, probably. So yeah, Mark has a bit of a habit of making very very long belts, so we started nicknaming them Marc belts when he does. So yes, if I can call it one of those, then it's probably too long. That sounds like a good place to draw the line. Right, so this is now a beryllium pole drop station. This needs to be cabled in because there is a missing cable along here. That needs to connect to there and to, it's already to there. Okay, I don't know why that cable was missing then. That's very strange. But up here we now can then extend this belt. Now there are 3 belts in the middle of this, so that means I should probably leave room for them as I go up here. 1, 2, 3. So this should actually be about here, but there's a roboport in the way, so I'm going to say never mind and just go over at this height instead. And once again, at this point, I should probably leave room for these belts again. Yes, a belt is higher throughput than a train. You're not wrong. However, a belt takes up a lot more space than an equivalent number of trains would. So it's not that simpler a way. You can't just say that yes, a belt is, and also it takes a lot more. 1, 2, 3, 4. A belt takes a lot more resources to build than a railway line does as well. So there are some good reasons to use trains. Also trains are cool, but yeah, there are a number of good reasons to use trains. Other than that, 1, 2, 3, 4. This will come up to here. I will bring this across at an arbitrary. Well, I'll bring this across an arbitrary point, which will be right here, in fact. No, maybe I want to bring this across lower down, actually. Maybe even here, or here rather. This belt down here. The next one to go in would be down here. What on earth is this belt? Why does it have so much reader on it? What is this one? Oh, it's rocket sections. That makes sense. Okay, that's fair enough. Let's bring it in below the rocket sections because that seems to be the next space on the bus. And we're not going to. I don't think we're going to be sending beryllium sticks up to the space bus. Sorry, I sort of distracted myself quite hard. What was I talking about? Oh yes, belts being cheaper than trains because it's a lot cheaper to build a railway line than it is to build an enormous amount of belt, and you can multiplex many different things along a single belt as well. So that's another. That's probably that's maybe top of the list of reasons to use trains is because you can multiplex stuff onto them. Yeah, you can, but you'll end up with when you get. I find at least later on, remotely. I say later on in the game, where later on is when you're starting to make, I don't know, one of the later science packs in vanilla, that you get to the point where, you get to the point where building things with belts just ends up with sort of ridiculous levels of spaghetti, even by my standards. So I'm not sure if it's really. I really agree that it's necessarily better. Compound miners. Okay. Oh, the miners work over a big area. Okay. Yeah. I mean that could indeed be a thing. Right, now we have the wait for the bots to bring over all of the landfill from I don't know how many million miles away. I don't know where all the bots have gone, really, because we have literally thousands of them, but they've probably been off busy doing things like collecting... What you go? Oh, no, you are construction bots. I don't know where you're going, then, in that case. Oh, they're collecting... This is where the landfill comes from. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yes, if you drag, so along here, for example, this bit here in the middle here probably isn't required. This underground belt could probably go from here to here without any problem. So that sort of thing. Yes, there are the dragging system is not enormously clever. Yeah, having longer underground belts for in space would be nice, but to be honest, it's just one of those restrictions that you get used to it. Once you're used to it and start living with it, it's not actually that bad. It doesn't bother me that much that I have to use significant numbers of various belt types for things. It's just how the game is. Or you have to or make it. There are some. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. That belt is already in use. Let's not do that. Yeah, I feel I'm happy to play along with the sort of the limitations that have been designed into the mod, because often they may have been thought through to an extent, and even if they haven't, even if they're somewhat arbitrary and capricious, then you're playing a different mod pack, so you might as well enjoy the way it's set up. Otherwise, there's no point in modding every single one to be the same. And that's part of the reason I enjoyed Factorio so much, because it was so different to basically every other mod it's so different to space exploration, rather, which is what I've spent the last several years playing. So to do something that was pleasingly different like that. It just felt like a really nice change of pace. And I think that was perhaps one of my favourite things about it. Was it was still Factorio, yeah. So a lot of my knowledge and experience and all that sort of stuff was still very valid towards it, but it was different enough that it made it interesting, and so I very much enjoyed it as a sort of a change of pace. Now I'm back to space exploration again, of course, but and very much enjoying it. But it was nice to try both. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Sir JMO. It's much better to. The restrictions make things interesting. I think it was one of the Factorio developers. There's definitely somebody in game design said something along the lines of, given the opportunity, players will optimize all of the fun out of a game. And I get what he's saying. It's that if you let people go in and just mess around with the game however they want, then you'll have people who say, oh, I don't like this bit. It's difficult to do whatever this bit is. Therefore, I'm going to install a mod that makes the belts run twice as fast, or gives you warehouses to store stuff in, or whatever. And the big bugbear with space exploration is the logistics bot vulnerability thing. So if you use too many of them, then they just randomly explode. So yeah, I think. You can get, and yes, there are mods to change all of that sort of stuff around, and you can fix it and get rid of those things. But you're going in and you're changing the game, and at that point you're not playing the same mod anymore. And it's one of the reasons why I don't like to install new mods after I've started to run. Because I feel like it's changing the rules of the game after you've started it. And so we've added in things like long reach, and I would often add in LTN and that sort of thing. And so I'll put all of those in beforehand, because I've played with and without, and I enjoy them. But coming across a restriction, then oops, that was the wrong button, and then getting rid of it because it's difficult, definitely feels it's not how I like to do it. I guess is what I'm trying to say. Yes, I saw the post about Factorio Space Age, the DLC for it. I'm very interested. I mean, it's obviously as I said, the elephant in the room is that everyone's going to go, oh, it looks just like space exploration, and to an extent, yes, it is obviously a bit like space exploration, because they're both going to space. But I imagine that it's going to be space to an extent. On one hand, it's going to be space exploration light, because it's going to be written for people who want to play a normal game rather than the people who've played Factorio to death and then want something massively more challenging. Pick up first would be a good idea, wouldn't it? So it's going to be interesting because of that. It's going to be different because of that, rather, and all the engine changes that they're able to put in because they are, the Factorio developers. Ignoring the fact that technically Arundel is now a Factorio developer, is also going to make it quite a lot more as well. So I think it's going to definitely be interesting to see what they do with it. And I will probably be buying it on sort of the instant it comes out, because of course I will be. Yes, he did comment on it. So they're going to be different. I suspect it is going to end up being. It's going to be different from space exploration as it is now, because you'll have all of the improvements to the engine that allow you to do all kinds of extra clever things that you couldn't do before with vanilla Factorio. But I suspect that after Space Age is released, Arundel is then probably going to use a lot of the new features to make space exploration better. And I think then space exploration is going to then be more like Factorio Space Age, but more so. So therefore, in effect, Space Age will become Space Exploration Light. But I think I'm very excited to see it. As soon as it comes out, I'm going to be buying it, and then I will probably very, very highly prioritise doing a stream of it, because I think I'm going to be very interested in it. I think all of my fans are going to be very interested in it. So I think it's going to be, I will basically, I think it's going to be, and I will drop everything and immediately start playing it, because I think I want it, and I think everyone who watches my streams will want it. Basically, not to put too fine a point on it. So. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing that, and I will be reading the updates as they come out. I am interested in it. I'm not gonna try and keep myself away from spoilers, because I'm just too interested, basically. But I'm definitely looking forward to it, and will certainly be buying it and playing it. Yeah, I think that makes sense. The question is, will Space Age be released before Space Exploration 0.7? that'll be an interesting one to see. Length 6 for underground space pipes is a bit horrible. Yeah, but it just means you have to work your spaghetti a little bit differently and go around the outsides of the buildings. Or put in repeaters if you're when you're going around the top and bottom, I think.
So I think here's the question. Given, as you said, you very much appreciated the palette cleanser of doing a bit of Factorio, doing a bit of something different, you know. Because, yeah, in fairness, doing the same thing year in, year out starts to get a bit dull. Would you want to do a 0.7 run straight off the back of this, assuming the time is worked out, risking that
it would come out? Then Space Age would come out while we're mid 0.7. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I do. On the one hand, I feel that I've been playing space exploration for about 4 years now, I think. I'm not absolutely certain. If someone wants to check when I started the 0.5 run, please feel free. But it's definitely been at least 3 years, and I don't think it's been more than 4 and a bit. So I've been playing it for quite a long time, certainly. I feel that I feel like I should do. I do feel like I should do something else on the one hand, but on the other hand, this is my big popular series. Space exploration is what got me on the streaming map, and it's it's the most popular thing I've done. That said, the Factorio stream was almost as popular as space exploration, so there is a potential for doing more Factorio stuff, or maybe I should. I mean, I've noticed that almost all. I feel like all of the streamers I sort of vaguely follow, even if I don't watch a great deal of their stuff, all seem to be playing RimWorld. So perhaps I'll go off and do RimWorld for a bit for a palette cleanser, something a bit different. See how popular it is. I do have 2 slots available in my streaming schedule, as long as if I keep it as it is at the moment, though. So potentially I could do. I could do RimWorld and carry on XCOM, and then hopefully aim to finish XCOM or whatever follows that around the time Space Age comes out, or just drop whatever else I'm doing and go, oh my god, it's Space Age, I'll have to play that.
Yeah.
That's an interesting idea. So, so JMO says, with how many hours he spent playing Krastorio, he'd even buy Space Age if it was an NFT, as long as they're honest about it up front. And to be honest, yes. If Wooby released something and said we're struggling for money for whatever reason, could you buy this glorified thing that just says I'm a supporter of Wooby? I probably would, because I've played 1,500 hours of Factorio or whatever it is, and I paid 20 quid for it. So I think I've got my money's worth out of it. Early Kick adoption is going slowly. I think I have about 10 Kick followers. So anyone on here who has a Kick account or wants to make one, please follow me on Kick, because I need to get it up to 70-something before I can have a proper channel and start broadcasting in 1080p, apparently. So Irondale does say he is still working on space exploration. Every so often he'll post something on his Discord saying here is a new planet type I have developed and stuff like that. So he is definitely working on it. But I don't know how much of his time he's spending on it. But presumably, before he started working for Wooby, presumably he had another job somewhere else. He wasn't just living off space exploration Patreon donations. I'm just assuming. I don't know. So he'd be working on it in his own time. So presumably he's still working on it in his own time. He's just working on something very closely related to it in his work time. So he is definitely still working on it, but yeah, as you say, he might be. You could easily lead to a bit of burnout if he's working on both at the same time. And yeah, because as I was saying with Factorio, a change is very, very nice. Yes, exactly. RimWorld, the war crime simulator. That's one. So NoGuard is suggesting that we start Space Exploration 0.7 when it comes out and race against everybody who's all of the fans and see who can get the furthest before Space Age comes out. That could be interesting.
Yeah, we'd come dead last to that, because we stream once a week for how many hours? 4?
Ish.
At most.
Theoretically,
more than we intended.
Yeah, usually a bit more than we intended. So theoretically 3.5, typically 4, sometimes a little bit more. But if I was playing solo, then actually I probably still wouldn't play more, because I'd be streaming it as well. And yeah. Oh, okay. I'll have to look at Irondale's facts on Discord then about the clash between the two. I remember him. I read his bit in the Factorio Friday facts about it being the elephant in the room and so on. But I haven't seen the one on the Discord, so I'll have to have a look for that. I suppose the thing is, Sir JMO, the thing about RimWorld is you can play it however you want. So it could be sort of sim, massive brutality, war crime simulator, cannibalism, all of that sort of stuff. Or you could play it. I mean, you can't play it peacefully because you will get attacked. But you could play it sort of trying to respect things like the Geneva Convention and whatnot if you wanted to. I don't think very many people do, but you do always have the option to be a nice person. This pylon is in the wrong place. That's going to cause problems later. It should be 3 squares higher up. Maybe I'll move it in a minute. And then over here, you just go straight in there for now. Right, so that's my beryllium sticks. These need turning round because I was using them as a measuring thing. Like that, and like that. There we go. Right, so that's my beryllium sticks supplied. Switch over to satellite mode so I can actually see what I'm doing. We've got these things, and that's it's gone all the way up to the station. We've got the ingots in. Right. Okay, now I can go and release the train at the top end, and it'll come down here and try and pick up all of these things when the beryllium sticks arrive. So let's go back up to Norvis orbit now. And map mode. Here it is. Yeah, this one. U. So over here, the way this train works is we're watching the contents of the train and subtracting 1 beryllium scaffold from it. And when that gets a negative number, this will send a T to the train, and the train will train off. So if I also come along here and I put in and so this means it's watching the contents of the train. So at the moment there is 390, 470. There's several hundred beryllium scaffolds in the train. We're subtracting 1 from that. When that goes negative, it'll tell the train to depart. I think I just explained the same thing twice in almost exactly the same words. But it's a relatively simple concept. So if I come along here and put in a beryllium sticks of -1, then we will have a negative number, the train will clear off. I also want to do the same for the aeroframe bulkheads, put in a -1 of those, and for the the beryllium ingots, like that. So now, if the train ever has none of any of these, ever has none, that's a weird way of phrasing it, but if it ever has none of them, then it will leave. It'll go down to Norvis. It'll pull into the station down here, eventually. Here it comes. No, that's not it. That's a fluid train. Here it comes. Yes, this is the one. Oh no! No! Don't go there. Oh, you can't go to downstream. You're not allowed to. No, you can't do a downstream run. You can't do a downstream top. You can't do a downstream bottom. You just have to do Astro pickup. There we go. Oh dear.
Yeah, that might be because Laurence stole the rare metals train.
Did I?
Yes.
Okay.
Over in the holmium intermediates.
Okay, I'm not going to deny it. It sounds like the sort of thing that does occasionally happen. I did spot a train that I'd stolen a little while ago and fixed it, but maybe I haven't done it again. Right, so this train now fills up with all of these things. It's going to wait for the beryllium sticks. We're going to have an enormous number of ingots in there, and I have accidentally just dumped a load of beryllium scaffolding into the recycling system.
We are building up on Iron Stream again, currently. So.
Okay. Tristan?
Hello.
I've had an accident. I've made a mess. I accidentally dumped a load of beryllium aeroframe scaffolds into the into the dump system because the train was set to go to downstream when it shouldn't have been.
How many's a bunch?
Less than 1,000, but more than 500.
So unless you're going to go over there and collect them all, they're going to be dealt with by bot. Because if we deconstruct them, they'll be dealt with by bots.
They'll be dealt with by bots,
so
yeah.
No point.
Yeah, alright, let's just not worry about it then, let them get dealt with. Where will they go?
I think I set up a... Oh no, that was something else. There's a requester chest for them.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, cool. Oh, right, good. And that's feeding the train to the space train system. Excellent. 3,000 hours on Steam for Factorio. That's impressive. I think I'm probably approaching 2,000. I don't know. I can't look very easily, but I'm definitely in the teens of the hundreds. But I'm pretty sure I haven't passed 2,000 yet. So 3,000, yeah, that's a lot. Just been talking about Space Age Sim, so I'm afraid I'm not going to run through it again. Oh wait, maybe that's no. Sorry, that's the message area. That's the one that's got me off on talking about it. I skipped
You're
over.
nearly 2,500, Laurence.
2,500. Oh, okay.
Nearly.
Wow.
2,475.
Okay. Apparently, I've been playing more Factorio than I realised since I
Just
looked
trying
at
to
it.
look that up, and it looks like Laurence is not my friend on Steam.
No.
Either that or he's
He's not online.
Okay, fair enough. That'd be why I can't see him.
Oh, these sticks have nearly reached the train. Excellent. Yeah, as I say, you can't play RimWorld completely pacifistically, I don't think, because yes, you will keep getting attacked and they will just destroy your world if you don't. But exactly what level of war crimes you go for is entirely up to you. Mike and myself may or may not be friends. I'm not. Sometimes I'm not sure. Right, so there we go. There's the beryllium sticks coming through. We can now start filling this place up with those. Lovely. Oh, I see. You injured yourself because you injured yourself and couldn't play. Rather, when I started reading your message, Sir JMO, I thought you were saying you injured yourself and therefore you'd suddenly played an enormous quantity of Factorio because you couldn't do anything else. But no, that's unfortunate. You have my sympathy. I'd like this mining productivity research to finish so I could get rid of these scaffolds from over here. Because until that happens, this system is... Well, actually, we're not going to be able to make Astro 4 for a while anyway, so it's not an urgent. But that's okay. Right, so now it is time to deactivate this area. So I'm going to get rid of that. And then that. Actually, iron plate... Yeah, we can dump iron plates straight into the system up here. They'll all get taken away and put onto the main bus. That's absolutely fine. So I don't need to feel guilty about ripping up all of this. And all of this. Because none of this is required. Oh wait, no, this one's required. And actually, therefore, this belt is required. We need to get rid of the iron off it. Whoa! My screen flickered black, and I don't know why.
Whilst I just spotted as they're going, hang on, there don't seem to be any Prod 3 modules moving around.
Ah!
So
Cock.
just chasing it down. The train that does go and pick them up from the module city and brings them over. The warehouses are limited to exactly one train load. Then it says the logic is if it's greater than one train load, then enable the station.
I'm sorry, I can't listen to a word you're saying because I've just realised I'm bombarding with a delivery cannon.
That's quite right. I shall forgive this minor indiscretion and spare your life.
What is even happening from? Is it? No, that's the steel. Where? Oh, it's one of these. No, you're fine. Yes, it's you. Stop it.
That's an issue over at Module City End, is it?
No, that was on... sorry, yes, it was, yes. It's generically it's limiting a warehouse to... what's the words?
Right.
Yeah, setting the limit so they can only have up to, I think it was 8,000. Yeah, 8,000 modules. But then say, yeah, Speed's got exactly the same problem. Although in Speed's case, it's stopped producing. But when it's limited to a set number and then it's greater than that number rather than greater than or equal to that number. So I'm just quickly changing these over to be greater than or equal to.
These should also be removed and replaced with single warehouse type stations.
Yeah.
It's not an enormously high priority, I guess, but oh yeah, you're right. We've run out of tier 3 speed modules here because we've run out of probably something.
Probably the
because we've run out of tier.
That's tier 1. Tier 2,
oh wait, that's
3s.
Hey.
Hey.
What? There was. Oh yes, it was those belts that you put in ages ago, and I kept looking at them going, I have no idea what he's trying to do here. Why is it? What is that belt even supposed to do? You did some weird shenanigans.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that.
I'm fairly convinced it.
Turn that off.
I never understood what it did anyway. I don't know if anybody else did.
That's not saying much, is it? I mean, to be honest. Um,
I managed to explain everything that everyone else has ever done. So, yeah, no.
have you?
Pretty much.
How do Mark's spaceships work?
They aren't finished. That doesn't count. The normal spaceships I have explained. The only one I haven't explained is the biological one, the Vitamelange, the Vita stuff one, because that's the one that's not finished. All the rest of them have been fully explained. Right, so putting in those limits on here, we quickly dumped in all of the. Let's sort this warehouse so I can tell what's going on. Yeah, we unloaded large quantities of probably the sticks and the bulkheads, and so that unloaded the train enough that it then had to go back and get some more. But after a couple of runs back and forth, it will have enough. Yeah, before I started streaming Factorio, I found at least certainly when I was playing Angel Bobs, which is a sort of a special case. I am fully aware. Why are there no batteries here? Who did this? Who designed this? I mean, obviously me, but how did I get this wrong? Oh, that's problematic. I'm gonna have to fix. I'll fix this in a minute anyway. Yeah, when I was playing things like Angel Bobs, I tend to find I'd play until I completed a thing, and then looked at it and went, what? And then looked at the next thing I had to do and went, what? I'm not doing that now. I'll do it tomorrow. And so it wasn't a rage quit so much as just sort of it was more of a just sort of a I can't be bothered to deal with this right now. I'll come back to it another time type thing. So a sort of a bemusement quit, perhaps, if anything, where it just got a bit too ridiculous. So I'd go off and try and do something else for a while, and then come back to it when it was slightly more sensible. So are you guys programmed? Yes, you are. Okay, so it's just we just need so many sticks and bulkheads that it's having to do many runs to bring them all up. Oh, here comes my belt. No, my scaffolding. Yeah, so that was my way of playing Factorio. I'd sort of start playing it at whatever time, and then typically finish when I completed a project, because at that point I'd look at the next one and just go, oh, I can't be bothered with that right now. I don't know if that's a good way to play it or not, but it seemed to be how I naturally play it. If I don't, whereas then when I started streaming, it was I've said I'm going to stream for this amount of time. So if I finish something, I'll then immediately start on the next thing and start working through it and talking about it. And I sort of can't stop unless it's sort of already after 11 o'clock. I do wonder actually a little bit if the videos have suffered a little from that, because in the old days I would complete a thing. And so I'd make a video about it, and then I'd have a buffer of maybe. At one point, I had a buffer of quite a few videos of space exploration stuff, and I'd release them once or maybe twice a week. And then I'd play sort of off camera, and so I'd complete a thing, and then I'd make a video about the thing I completed when I completed it. So each video was about a specific topic. Whereas now, with it being a stream and me reporting on what we've been up to in the previous stream, the videos tend to be a bit more. They tend to say, here is the progress we've made so far on these half a dozen different things, whereas before I'd make a video about how I'm bringing up all these different beryllium components for the science up here and why I'm doing it like that and that sort of thing. So it's a very different way of doing it, and I don't know which is better. Answers on a postcard or in the comments section, I suppose. Yes, the aeroframe scaffold belt is sort of waiting to be cleaned up. We're not doing with this mining productivity research is ground to a halt because we don't have any Bio 3, so I'm going to cancel that. There we go. Now we can actually do some Astro science, and that will hopefully use up some of these belts here, and we can deal with it. Okay, so Doopy says he enjoys the catch-up videos because it feels like he's sort of part of the journey that we're doing, and that makes a lot of sense. It's sort of you see it as sort of a you see the progress we make on each stream. So yeah, I can see the logic behind that. That makes perfect sense to me. The only thing, whereas it makes. I suppose it depends. Yes, that way it makes the videos a sort of a catch-up, and here are the things we have been doing. Whereas the other way, it's more of a potted series of videos on how I did each of the different challenges in the game. set 4 alarms to be dinner time, midnight, hour of sleep, quick shopping. Yeah, it's yes. Things can get a little bit out of hand with this game. It is true. I suppose that's one of the other advantages of streaming in a group like this, is that I have other people to say, hey, it's midnight, it's time to go to bed, which does help us stop sometimes. Although that said, I've been reasonably well behaved with the XCOM streams, but the big difference is that XCOM is a game that is very clearly split up into sections. So you do a mission, and then you've reached an end of a mission, and you can sort of then look at the time and think, is it time to go to bed? No. Okay, I'll do another mission. Whereas Factorio, you'd go, well, I'll just tweak this bit. Oh, wait a minute, that means I need to go and fiddle with that, which means I need to go and fix that, and then you end up with an entire night's worth of yaks to shave before you even consider finishing, and then you realise it's 3 o'clock in the morning, and you've got work in half an hour, and you need to go to sleep, and yeah, it gets out of control very, very quickly. And I don't know why I suggested that I start work at 3:30 in the morning, because I definitely don't. But yeah, Factorio can just spiral wildly out of control, whereas XCOM has these very hard and fast points where it stops, and you can really think about it. Exactly, Sir Jemo. That's my point. So, I've broken the electricity to the entire science universe. Let's have some pylons up the edge of here, like that. There we go. Yep. let's have the power back in a moment or two. And of course, this means the labs have lost power, so this means we've stopped using those science packs I want to use, so I can use up all of these and then pull all of the extra ones out. Is it pulling out the ones on the correct? Yes, it is. It is pulling out the ones on the correct side. So the top ones will get used first, which is nice. So this doesn't need to be fixed up. It will eventually sort itself out. It is in a position where it will return to being correct. But like this. Ooh, where's getting destroyed? Norvis, some bots, and some walls being damaged. Have we done any? Has someone been playing with the artillery?
On Big Red?
No, on Norvis. We had an attack get a little bit too close. That's all. It is in the it is in Roboport coverage area though, so it does have an artillery thing. I'm going to put some more lasers in because I think this means there aren't enough.
Well, maybe it was a byte expansion.
Probably yes. There seem to be. There's quite a lot of them for an expansion, but yeah, it is possible. I've put in some extra lasers anyway. It's on a corner, so they might have come round the edge from a neighbouring area. There's no pollution down here though, so it shouldn't have been an attack. Maybe they expanded and then the artillery shot them, and then they came in for revenge. Yeah, maybe they probably expanded an extra nest out here. The artillery shelled it, which is why there's this scorch mark. And then all of the biters in this area went, "Hey, how dare you!" and poured up all the way around here to come nibble on our stuff. Right, have I fixed Norvis Orbit Space Science Port? Yes, we are sciencing once again. Nice. So that has now pulled all of that through. So now I can, if I cut there, I don't know. If I rotate that like that, then we can pass that out through there. Yeah, there we go. This is fixing it up nicely. Could we use a few more, please? More science. More science. Make more science. How about now? Come on, build science faster, you guys. Oh, you've got a shortage of the previous tier of science. Okay, well here comes some of it. Nom 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 nom. There we go. Now I can rotate that back into position. Get rid of those bits of belt, and everything is tidy, and you'd never know that I screwed up. Let's ignore the fact there's video evidence. Right, so this is now much better than the system I was planning before. So the original idea of these was that we would have 4 assembly machines along here, making the beryllium plates, the beryllium sticks, the beryllium scaffolds, the beryllium bulkheads, and passing them down into the science areas to be made into science. But this system we're now using, where we make them all on the ground and bring them up, is much better, because that means we can use the productivity modules on them on the ground to make extras for free. So things are much, much better. Also, I've broken the power connection to there. Let's put in a normal substation in next to them to make sure they're all powered up. The reason I use a substation there is because I want to make sure it links to all of these the big pylons around. If I put in a regular small pylon there, it probably wouldn't. Although I could put in a space platform substation thing and just cover the entire area in power, but it's already sort of mostly assembled. Right, so we are... Yes, we have the... Oh, we are very short of astroscience. Why are we so short of astroscience? That's an odd thing. Do we need speed modules in all these science machines? How have we got such a backlog? I don't understand. Because we
did do a whole bunch of the Astro zone discovery stuff.
Yeah, but there should have been like belts worth of buffer, and I don't know. Yeah,
Plenty of catalogs.
Are these really, really quick ones? No, they're still 60 seconds. So, yeah, we've got loads of all of the inputs. That's very strange. All these machines are running merrily.
They are ones that use tier 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, that'll be it. Because it uses all three of them, we've got triple demand. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, and so yeah, there's a bit. There wasn't that much of a gap in the plates being brought in, because they were being brought in by that delivery cannon, which is why I end up blowing a load of, damaging some belts here and blowing some stuff up. Okay, well we'll let this run. And what other science packs do we have? We have lots of energy. We have 1, 3, and 4 of the material. We don't have material 2, which is amusing. Right, okay. So this is another place where Mike... here's a thing for Mike to do. Your material science is not... You don't have a train bringing up all of the intermediates that you need. You're trying to make them on site, though. But there's no beryllium... iridium ingots. Yeah, you've got no iridium up here. So I recommend that you strip all these machines out and put in a train like my sushi train that's coming up from with all the beryllium products from Norvis.
Okay, where are we looking? Science Park.
Here. Same for Tristan, actually. You haven't got any problems yet with it, but for reasons of efficiency,
Right.
I recommend bringing up all of the intermediates in pre-assembled. Here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
If you want to copy my design, it's down here, and it's not exactly rocket engineering. It's basically the same. It uses exactly the same system as the trains that bring over the catalogs, but for the science intermediates instead.
Yep, makes a lot of sense.
Owl cores. What do they need? Oh, they're an energy science one. Okay, that I believe is the thing we have.
3.
Oh, they also bio. Oh, yeah, also Bio 3. You're right. Yeah, we can't do anything that requires Bio 3 at the moment because we just don't have any.
But is that just so the train hasn't gone over, or?
Interestingly, we have Bio 3 catalogs. We just don't have. It's another intermediates. We've run out of the
Dark green
vitalic reagents. Dark
Yeah, I'm
green
working on
bottles completely missing. Dark green bottles completely missing. That doesn't scan at all. I don't know why I'm even trying. Right, so how am I doing? I'm going to read through my to-do list again and just sort of... hello, Johan. Welcome again. And again. I don't think I can play faster because we might not have the UPS for it. I talk fast enough already. I have noticed actually I've actually started watching a couple of streamers recently playing XCOM, admittedly, rather than Factorio, and I do tend to watch them at significantly faster than real time speed because they talk quite slowly. I think I talk rather quickly. I'd be interested to know, actually. In fact, this is something I've been meaning to do.
You do, yes. You genuinely do talk quicker than average.
I think.
There's nothing wrong with that.
I'm very aware of it, and as long as I don't run out of things to say, then I think that's probably a good thing because it means I can get more stuff over. So what I was thinking of doing is that I was putting a poll on YouTube to ask people what speed they watch my videos and possibly my streams are at, because I'm curious. Because I play their videos faster because they talk slowly. So does that mean that because I talk quickly, people leave my videos playing at normal speed, or do they speed them up and I go at sort of 1 million words a second or whatever? Would be mildly interested to know. Oh, so JMO says he watches all of YouTube at double speed. That's interesting. I didn't get all the way up to double speed with the ones I was watching. It tends to be 1.5 or occasionally 1.75 times. So I don't know what to say. I don't know what that means really. I don't think I think double speed would be a bit too fast for me, even with these people who talk slowly. So if you're watching my videos at double speed, then well done. You've got very fast ears. So let's have another look at my to-do list and see if I've actually done any of these stuff.
Limit to how long you can put the polls in Twitch, like the text on them.
Oh right. Were you about to put something in that was going to be? Oh, I don't know what you're going to do. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I want to know. Doopy watches everything on one time. I watch most stuff on one time. So if it's a video that's been sort of written. If it's a video that feels sort of deliberately scripted or deliberately written, things like let's say Auto Alex, one of the car channels I watch, that is sort of there are things happening in it. It's sort of to an extent it's sort of post-scripted, to an extent it's people messing around in real life. Those sort of things I tend to watch those at regular normal speed. TV shows I watch at normal speed, but streams. Oh, okay. Cool, thank you. But streams I tend to watch at a bit faster than normal speed. Probably because in streams there's a certain amount of thinking time while you're doing things and a certain amount of idling time while I'm just sort of sitting here talking rather than actually, doing things. Yeah, true, you can watch it. You can watch... You get to watch twice as much. To be honest, that isn't my problem. My problem is I can't find enough stuff on YouTube to watch sometimes. So I think watching it at double speed would just mean I wouldn't pay as much attention to it. I'd miss bits of it, and then I'd run out of things and be trying to find other things to watch. Maybe I should watch everything twice at double speed. So, I'm going to now go and look at my to-do list again. So I was monitoring Talos and Agnaia. I've done that already. Belt upgrades on Agnaia, I'm not going to do that. Complete Astro 4, I've done that as far as I can while waiting for the holmium. I've limited the electric motors warehouse. I have set up things to start launching satellite rockets from Norbit and shuffling stuff around as appropriate. That should start working again once the holmium comes in, because that's all down here in this area. This, I believe, should start to work once we get the holmium solenoids, whatever it is. Solenoids and plates, I think, coming through. Oh, we've got the plates. So these should now be running.
I did that.
Oh, we don't have cables. It needs holmium cables as well, and those are being brought up from downstairs. Okay, we'll check into that in a bit. He says, sounding like a mobile phone. Beryllium is being delivered everywhere it should be. I caused some explosions from that. Oh yes, I want to decommission all of the beryllium cannons. Or did I decommission them and I want to make sure everywhere's getting it? I'm not sure. Are you getting beryllium by any way other than delivery cannon? I don't think you are. So this is something I need to do. This area needs to have beryllium being brought in by train as well. So let's go down to Norvis. This is the astroscience area. If a video is over half an hour, watch it faster. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I can sort of see the logic in watching longer videos at faster speed, but it also seems weird and odd. And yeah, okay, sure. Oh, we're running low on beryllium down here because I've stolen it all. Okay. Well, I'm sure a train will bring some more in a minute. Let's get this upgraded and finish off what I'm trying to do here. So put that there. Then here, this comes across here a bit further. Now it's this one that needs it, isn't it? Yes, this is the Astro train. I'm going to sneak a belt down here next to this one because I think there's space, and hopefully nobody will mind. Let's come through here like this. There we go. Right, so that can come down here, and then under here and up here, and then I'll need to belt that in appropriately to stop it just overloading, but I can't do that. I need to control this belt, but I can't do that until it's been built. So, why is there no beryllium? Oh, somebody else has put one of these belts in as well. I'm glad I'm an influence. Hey, I'm an influencer. Yay. I'm not sure I want to be an influencer. Right. So, why are we short of beryllium? The train's come down is... Okay, this is the ground train. It's loading up with beryllium. So it's the space train. There is a shortage of beryllium in orbit, perhaps? It's not impossible. Talos. Here's the beryllium. Yeah, the train is empty. So let's traditionally follow as we do. We follow the chain backwards to Talos orbit, where there is a spaceship all the way up here that is 90% full. Okay, so we will have. I think the next time a train comes up, we will have that spaceship will depart. So we're very close to getting a little bit more through. How full are you? You're 40. You're 80% full. So yeah, we have a dribble coming through. This is nice. So here we are seeing that. Despite the fact that the spaceship is very nearly ready to depart, we still have 1,500 cryonite, 25,000 sulfur. That's ridiculous. Did I drop this in the... Yes, I did drop this in the real game. We're just working through this, though, because I had the number far too big before. And 19,000 vulcanite. So, yeah, we've got through most of the cryonite, but not all of it. So that number seems to be about right. 35,000. Jeez, that's a lot. Okay, well, we will load up the... So?
We may be about to get another attack on Norvis. I just saw a flash of artillery nuke damage.
Okay.
I have no idea where it was.
Yeah, nukes are very indiscriminate. They're bright enough you can see them basically anywhere in the world, which is interesting. 43 stacks. Yeah, it's going to be a little while till this train comes up, but when it does, it's going to have 200 stacks in it, and we had room for about 50 in each of the warehouses up there. So that's going to this will fill the ship up, and it'll be ready to depart. Nice. Yeah, to-do lists are definitely absolutely vital because you say 24 hours, yeah, 24 plus. Granted, it's been a week since we last played this. Granted, I did make the videos, but I recorded the videos on Tuesday. I usually record the videos on Tuesday. So yeah, so I'll go through the videos and make a list of all the things that I've broken. And usually it's just the next thing to do is to make the next science pack. So it's not too hard, but yeah, the details of what you're trying to do are definitely important. So how is the poll going? Have the answers come out yet? Oh, here we go.
So yeah, the winner was
double speed,
nice and normal speed, and then it's literally just closed out. That's right. Probably get that back. So I just decided to concentrate on other things.
That's fair enough. I mean, other things do need to be concentrated on sometimes.
Yeah, the winner was that, and then there was a smattering of results across the others.
So the winner was normal speed. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I don't mind. I'm not going to say, hey, you can only watch my video if you watch them at regular speed or anything ridiculous like that. I was just honestly just straight up curious.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, 3 votes for normal speed, one for 3/4 speed, blimey, and 1 for double speed. I know I talk quickly, but watching at 3/4 speed sounds painful, to be quite honest. But sure, I mean, again, you do you. I honestly I don't mind it. If you're watching the channel, that's all I ask for. Are you full yet? No. All right, I'm going to stop watching this. So basically, we've got to a point we are now a bit short of beryllium, so I might actually have to go back out to Talos and increase that even further, which is kind of horrendous. I did notice actually. Let's skip back over there. I did notice that there are gaps in the ore coming out here, so that is going to be causing little dips in the production probably. So that means I need either more trains doing the run, or I need more mining. I could go out and have a look. Let's see which is the problem. So down here we have 150 stacks. And there's room for each of these. I know what it'll be. Probably it'll be that there'll be the train limits on these. Perhaps, yeah. There's a train limit of 1 set on all these mines, which means how many mines have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 5. So we're going to have 5 trains on the move at a time, actually. So that's probably enough. What's this train up to? So it's unloading. Let's see what it does when it finishes unloading. Yes, I'm writing this letter very slowly because I know you can't read very quickly. And then they get a bit further on it and says, I'm writing quicker now because my pen is running out of ink. That's the other half of that same joke. Okay, so it looks like I just straight up need more trains. I don't really have a train building area. I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, I don't have a train building area on this planet. Actually, I don't even know if I have any more train parts. But if I do, let's see if I can build another one. You're not a logistics thing. I've got 5 locomotives down there. That's a good start. Oh, and I've got 10 wagons. Yes, I can make another 5 trains. So let's...
The Taras spaceship is just sort of stuck there, not docking. Yeah. The planet numbers on the left match, but on the right they might not.
Oh, you're nearly empty anyway, so you'll go now. Oh, no, you won't, because there isn't anywhere to go. Could you just go anyway? Get lost. There we go. Now, maybe...
No, you did it wrong.
Putting a train here like this. The problem is, if a train pulls in while I'm building this, it's going to get damaged. But, never mind. But I need to do it somewhere where there's a fueling point, and there's too many trains coming in through here for that to work. So, and here, this is probably a core train, knowing my luck. Oh, there we go. We've built the locomotive now, so the other core train won't pull in, which is a good thing because here it comes right now. So I want to copy the settings from this train to this train, and how much fuel have we got? Let's wait for it to get to a stack, and then we can tell it to clear off. A stack, 100. 100 is probably enough, actually. 91, 94, 97, 100. Right, go. Go and pick up some beryl. Although that said, we did have 2 trains in the station just now, so that's suggesting that. Oh, you don't have anywhere to go. All right, I could go around all of my stations and up the train limits to 2 on them all. That was the wrong button. Yeah, it's definitely, yes. It's a 2-part joke. The best jokes are 2-parters, I find, because you can get a little bit more wit into them. Yeah, okay. Let's put this one up down over here. Let's stick this one onto a train limit of 2 because this station is completely full. Why are there no trains coming here? 2. We can now summon a second one. It might cause some minor train damage along here, but I don't care. If we can get the trains running a bit more, just generally a bit more, then I think that's very worth it. If that was a pickup, that's a drop, pickup. Yeah, they're all the trains are on the move now, except for this one, which is filling up, and that one's going to be filling up in a second. So I think the trains are going fairly all out. Yeah, it's just the sheer quantity of it we require is causing problems. So beryllium ingots. We're making it faster than we're using it, but I don't know how much of that is because we are getting through because we're buffering it and then ripping through it. So we're making it at a steady. Well, when we don't have problems, this is probably a shortage of cryonite, and we've now fixed that in the last couple of hours. We're making it a steady 400-ish. 400 is about here. So yeah, I don't know which of this is normal use when we've got a healthy supply of it. So, yeah. Okay, so JMO, welcome. Well, thank you for watching, and enjoy your tea, and enjoy not staring into a bright light for a little while before sleep. Definitely recommend not staring into a bright light before sleep. It's supposedly not very good for you, and yet I do it anyway, and that's very unwise. I've done the thing along here where you put in extra. Oh, an empty cargo and a second of inactivity, so it's fueling up. Oh no, it's destination full in this case. Yeah. I don't think I can do much more about this without going out there and building up more mines, essentially. So we'll have to deal. It'll have to deal. The scary thing about this is that an entire trainload of beryl ore is only that much on the belts. Now, granted, we are unloading it out of 7 belts, so we are pulling it out at a hell of a rate. But still, the fact that an entire train fits onto about this much belt is kind of horrifying. It's because all the ores are really, really undense. I stack up prior to the mine trip. Yes, I suppose I could. Yes, and yeah, we could crush the beryl before transporting it. That would be actually. I'd need to transport the sulfuric acid out to do that as well. Yeah, I could make my trains bigger. That would also help. Or just more of them, or, yeah. Have 2 unloading stations. I think, basically, the problem is at the moment, I think if I came out here and just built some more mines, then we'd probably be in a slightly better position. But I think we are actually building enough... that's train's empty, so that probably means the ship has gone. I think we are pulling up enough beryl. It's just, yeah, ship has gone. We're just not... It's just... Hopefully, it's just a buffering problem. Where's Talos? Here's Talos. Talos 1, okay. So there's my beryl ship, flying away from Talos now. It's just set off. It's going to be a while till it reaches its destination. Is it still accelerating? It is still accelerating. Could swap to core mining the entire... Yeah, that's true. More core mining would be good. Part of the reason I haven't been core mining very much on Talos is because Talos is a bit bitery. That said, we do have an energy glaive that is currently over here demolishing these biters a million miles away from everything I care about. If we could just, you know, concentrate on this area in the middle first, that would be nice. But, you know, the energy glaives, they have a mind of their own. I'm just going to leave it wandering lonely as a glaive. Oh, indeed, yes, there are many options. I think, yeah, putting in more core mines would be great. Once we've pushed the biters back a bit further, that will be probably a thing I will do. And also once they've been pushed back a bit further, it'll be a bit easier to then go out and get some more of these patches. Like, there's 5 million there. It's just a little bit bitery in the area, so I haven't bothered. When there was one down here that was 20 million or 16 million or whatever it is. There's another 1 million over there. That's hardly worth bothering with. 6 million up there. The idea of crushing it is quite a good one, I have to admit. Even if it would mean taking out the what do you call it? Sulfuric acid. 4.5 million up there. 6 million there. Ugly map? Why? What makes it ugly in your opinion? Is it the shape of the blob? I guess that's just how I've been exploring. I was wondering if there was more useful stuff up here. Yeah, the glaive will just keep going forever because with the number of biters there are on here. Maybe when Marc has finished making Big Rid completely safe, I'll nick all of them and start doing this one. Biter expansion is standard. It's not vanilla. It's the standard. It's the space exploration standard, whatever that is. So the biters will expand. You'll get biter meteors if it's a Vita Melange planet, but there aren't quite as many on Norvis as you have on the absolute default. I mean, yeah, we haven't got plague rockets yet. So to be honest, we wouldn't have been able to get anywhere if we weren't colonizing planets until they were clear, because we needed to go out and get the. We haven't got plague rocket yet. Yeah, there isn't a bite. Oh, I suppose actually yes, I could have gone and got the beryllium from the asteroid belt. I suppose there is a lot of beryllium available there, but then you have the hassle of doing things in space and not being able to use productivity modules and so on and so on. So yeah, I kind of decided that wasn't worth it. But yeah, we don't have a biter. We don't have a beryllium primary that doesn't have biters. And same with there one or two others? Yeah, the iridium. Mike's been out there fighting biters on Kothar. That's fairly. She's only 7% bitery. It's not as bitery as Talos, but he went on in the corner of it. Well, he went to the edge of the planet and started building from there. So there were quite a lot more biters there. And of course, there's always biters on your Vita Melange planets. And yeah, we need to have done quite a lot of these researches in order to, you know, get the weapons in order to clear the planets off. I suppose actually, yeah, we could have. The holmium planet is safe, so technically, yes, we could have rushed energy beams and glaved the here we go, holmium planet, and then used the glaive from there. We're just too impatient, to be honest, and we wanted to get all of the things up and running, and I wanted to get spaceships because I like spaceships. Spaceships are fun. There we go. It's about halfway back now, so a bit less than halfway back. So we'll have that beryllium arriving relatively soon. And then I can't remember specifically what I was waiting for that for, but there were definitely things that needed beryllium. Oh yes, I was trying to put it into another spaceship for one of the science packs, wasn't I? So down here, yeah, we've got this belt that loads up this spaceship, this train, absolutely fine. What are we short of? Oh no. Oh, we're short of sticks, probably because we've run out of beryllium to make the sticks from. So that'll sit there for a while, and then we've got this one going over here. This is the science, so we've chucked a little bit in here. That can go when it's ready. That's fine. Oh, I need to put the cabling in, and so we don't have it overload like it just did. Right, so you're going to be that, except not instead of those, it's going to be ingots. which are in here. Ingots. There we go. And so on this signal coming down from here, we have 1,400 ingots. So we're going to oversupply a little bit on that, but that's okay. I don't really mind. So that means I can now go over to Talos and did I actually? Oh yeah, I've completely disconnected all of the delivery cannons, so that's absolutely fine. I'm not gonna accidentally delivery cannon somewhere that I don't want to. So now that means I can go over to Norbit, and I can look at the bioscience up here, and I can go right. This delivery cannon chest here is no longer needed. We can get rid of that completely. And so coming up here, we now have all of these things coming up on the train. So we have coal, glass, beryllium ingots, and aeroframe scaffolds. Those are the 4 things you need to make Astro science. Oh, plus you also need oil and thermofluid and mirrors and orange goop and cryonite slushies and pink clouds. But they're all the things you need to bring up from Norvis, and they're all coming up that way. The loaders aren't quite the same as the mini loaders. I believe they're a bit less UPS impact because they are based on some a Factorio internal, I think. I'm not certain about that. I could be completely wrong. You also can't set blacklists on them, so you can whitelist the K2 loaders as we've done here with a fish, but you can't blacklist, which is occasionally a little bit annoying. We would have had the stuff being passed through here by loader if we could. Although at this point we could upgrade these to the superior inserters, and they'd be a lot faster. But to be honest, this is fast enough, so we've not bothered. Similarly over here, we've got exactly the same design over here with all these filter inserters through here that are passing stuff down through the bus. I still like this design. The train comes up with all of the stuff that's needed up in Norbit. It dumps it all into the top warehouse, and then it rattles through down to the bottom. And is all left in the appropriate warehouse as it goes through, and it works really, really nicely. I'm very pleased with this, which is why I made a video all about it. Yes, the loaders are a K2 thing, not a space exploration thing. My previous run, when I played Space Exploration 0.5, I did not get loaders because I wasn't playing K2. It didn't really matter. I mean, I made do with inserters. It was it was good enough. It wasn't a problem. But the loaders are very nice for certain things. They do make it very tempting to use loaders and warehouses for balancing and distributing stuff, like we're doing over on Norvis down in the resource handling area here. So we've got all kinds of nonsense being poured into this warehouse and then coming out perfectly neatly like this, rather than having to make up massive sortomatrons out of splitters. So this is sort of. This is quite. It is nice, but it's very easy to abuse them to the extent that it just slows your game down. Yeah, I had a lot of people asking me why I wasn't using loaders in my 0.5 run, and a lot of it was down to I started without them, so I'm going to continue without them because that's how I roll, basically. Right. Beryllium is still on its way over. We have quite a lot of sticks. There's sticks going in over here. We still don't have any iridium in the iridium eraser area. Some holmium has shown up here. So why? Oh, okay. So we're now, yes, the holmium has now arrived. Excellent. So we're now making the holmium solenoids over here, as you can see, and we're making holmium cable, which is being shipped into the station. We have enough holmium cable. Good. The holmium, solenoids are still being built though, so that's going to take a little while. I thought I saw somewhere that was short of holmium cable earlier, which is seems odd given that. Maybe it's no, I don't know. That's very strange. Where do those holmium cables? Where was it that I saw that was short of holmium cable? Maybe it was in orbit. Oh yes, it was this area over here. Maybe. I know we've got cables now. Maybe I'm just out of date, and we've actually got all the stuff we need. No, we're still short of holmium cables here. Right, okay, because we don't have any in this warehouse. So they're not being brought up here. Is that because there's a silly low number over here? No, there's 1,000 over here we're asking for. Let's trace this backwards then. The probe area is short of holmium cables, and I want to know why. Probe area is the... Are you probulator? Yes, you are. And you have some You have your 1,000 cables in there, and you have quite a lot of those as well. Right, so it's the standard, we've got everything we need, and the train is still not departing problem. Actually, no, it's only got 294 cables. We could do with a bit more than that. So down here... Oh, no, we've gone 294 over the request. Right, that makes sense. So, yeah, the requests up top aren't big enough. We've got, like, 8 stacks in that one and 2 stacks in this one. We need more stuff. Okay, let's go back up top and have a look and see which of these numbers I feel like I can arbitrarily and capriciously increase. These definitely can go up quite a lot. Let's not take it up by too much because they're fairly expensive. Make that 400. Oh, this definitely wants to go up. Let's have 30. Seems reasonable. That's 1,000. That's 1,000. That's a silly number. Let's at least make that 100. 100 ingots. And so is that one. Let's make you 100 ingots as well. And that will hopefully be. That should easily be enough to fill up the train. Sorry about that, Forcist. What was I explaining? Oh, I was explaining. No, which bit was it? Which bit was I explaining? Was it when I was going through trying to work out why we didn't have any holmium? Yes, here doesn't have any holmium cables. This is sad because we don't have any holmium cables coming in here because there aren't any being brought up. So I dropped back down to Norvis, where I've now changed the numbers. This should be different. And now down here, we should be feeding some stuff through here. We're not. Why not? What are the numbers like here? Okay, so we're looking for iridium down here, which we're not even bringing iridium to this drop-off area. So that's never going to go particularly well. And even with those increased numbers I've just shoved in, we're still not seeing any stuff being passed through. Oh yes, no God, I didn't even notice what you said. Yeah, I mean, of things to type into the wrong window, that's pretty mild. At least it wasn't anything embarrassing. We're all nerds around here, so that's absolutely fine. Which mod? What was? Oh right, yeah. So the mods, the loaders are part of K2. K2 gives you all the loaders for all the different belt types. So and they differ from the mini loaders because the mini loaders internally are a load of inserters, whereas these loaders I believe are they use a Factorio internal loader system that was never actually released as part of the base game. I'm just going to tell this train to get lost manually. Go. So in theory, they may be more optimized because they've been made by Wooby. In practice, I honestly don't know. They did mean we got that upgrade partway through, where we suddenly became able to use them for stations, which was quite nice. That wasn't a vanilla. When we started playing, you couldn't use the K2 loaders to load trains out of warehouses, chests, whatever. But then we were about partway through, and then suddenly you started being able to, which is why some of our older stations, he says, looking to see if he can find an older station, still use inserters to unload. Most of them don't, though. We've upgraded quite a lot of them, but maybe not all of them. Right, here is the train. Here are all those solenoids we asked for. Here are the cables. Here is just generally stripy unloading going on. There's a satellite. Another few more satellites as well. Nice. So we can unload all of this into the warehouses here. Momentarily, yes, here we go. Here's a nice steady stream of the holmium cables pouring out there. Lovely. So that means we can now start to make these blue solar panels, and some of them are sneaking past the red solar panel construction. So those are coming down here. What are you waiting for? You are waiting for probe rockets. What are you waiting for to make the probe rockets? You're waiting for iridium. Okay, so that's a mic problem. Oh no, hang on. No, we do have iridium. No, that isn't a mic problem. That is the iridium not being put into the train at the bottom. Sorry, Mike. I blamed you in vain. Let's go and fix that one.
Right, I'm used to it now. It's kind of standard.
50-50,
Yeah.
I'd say.
I've just spent a good amount of time going properly through the iridium production. Basically, it's bottlenecked. It's a bit of a toss-up whether it's how fast we're pulling the stuff out of the ground physically versus the train drop-off rate, because the stuff only stacks to 10, which means that a 1212 train only moves 1600 of the stuff.
Yeah. So do you need? Do you need more trains then?
Got 5 trains. They're going pretty much flat out. I can stick more stations in potentially, although I've not got enough space for that to do it properly. And that's basically the limiting factor, though.
Right. Okay.
Is this where you belt everything rather than train. Because
Yeah, maybe belting is more efficient to that sort of
substantially
level.
increase latency, but increase bandwidth and remove the pulsing effect. Yeah, it's viable.
It's a big change at this stage of the game, though, where you've already got a system that's basically working. Yeah, I'd say. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say what would be best at that point. I mean, whether it is just straight up you need more trains. That's what I'm reckoning with the beryllium, because that's not quite as quick as I would like it to be. But yeah, it can be annoying.
I'm just wondering if
you? Yes, it's you. This one, isn't it? Yeah, this is the right
I'm
one.
wondering if it might be advisable to crush it on site, stack it to 40, so crush it as it comes out of the mine.
Oh yes, that's what chat has been suggesting for things in general. Is that you're better off crushing on site. So yeah, I mean that is definitely a worthwhile consideration.
Yeah, it's then just a bit of a ball ache with the current setup.
Yeah, that's sort of what I was thinking, and is kind of why I haven't.
Yeah, it's not undoable, but it's 20 to 11. I'm quite tired, and honestly, right now I'm thinking, screw it, we'll just wait. It's fine.
Not today.
At a decent rate.
Yeah.
It's not exactly slow production.
I had my suggestion that we were short of it. It was completely fatuous. The shortage is simply due to there not being a feed of it going into this train. So I am fixing that now, and then we can discuss it again.
Given it's already on trains in Norbit, do you not want to just pull it direct from Norbit rather than taking it down to Norvis, sticking it on a different train?
Yes and no.
Sending it back up again?
It comes down to if we do it up in Norvis. I was having this discussion earlier about the beryllium for the science. Yes, on one hand, if you do it in Norbit, then you aren't transporting it down just to bring it back up again. So that is obviously inherently more sensible. However, if you do that, you are sorry, I was putting belt down. I distracted myself. If you bring it down and up again, then you have much more control over the amount. So we're not just requesting an entire train for an area that gets through relatively small amounts of it, where I'm just going to deliver 100 ingots at a time. And also, it means less congestion on the number of stations we're trying to cram into that area. This one, here we go.
Yeah.
So
I mean, there's arguments either way. It's do you want to spend the running cost of all of the space elevator cables and all of the resources that go into that?
The running cost of sending stuff up and down a space elevator is insignificant next to the power of the Force. I mean, the cost of just having the elevator there in general. Running trains up and down a space elevator is very, very cheap. Just having a space elevator is the expensive part.
Relatively.
I would go as far as very when you compare it to the cost of just having the space elevator running, and especially when you think about it as a per stack. He says going looking for numbers. There aren't numbers on this one. Oh, yes, here we go. Maintenance costs. So it's 4 per minute. It's 4 per minute, and then it doesn't even say how much it is per stack. That's how little it is.
Was that in the Informatron?
But an entire wagon costs 0.1 to take it up, and 0.03 to take it down. So to call it 0.2 to go both ways, because that's about right. And that's for an entire train, an entire wagon of it. It's not. I'd say it's pretty insignificant myself.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you're happy with that. I mean, the other one is then the number of extra buffers you end up creating by accident.
Yeah. True.
Once they fill.
There is so basically that's actually a question for both ways. So this one, there is the buffer of the belt that's running along the top of here, which could potentially be used for other ones as well. Whereas if I did it the other way, then there would be the buffer of an entire station up in Norbit that would contain probably quite a lot of iridium as well.
Yep.
So yeah, I can see it. Basically, I see it going both ways. It could go. There are definitely arguments in both directions.
Oh yeah. At the end of the day, it's a choice, and it is how it is. In this case,
and also there is something quite pleasingly neat about having one train turn up at the science area with the 4 ingredients that are needed to make the 4 types of science, the 4 levels of science.
Yeah.
So that's quite nice, and you'll be able to do it now as well, because there'll be iridium down here that you can take up in your train when you put it together.
Yeah.
Which I imagine is your to-do list for next week. However, yeah, we have run out of iridium down here. There's no more coming down. But I'll follow the trail back myself. So looking in Norvis orbit,
Okay, got a train jam of 4 trains there. Only temporarily it's cleared itself. That's a known possibility. Because it's not blocking the run though, it's just that the train which drops off Iridite goes, oh, I've got no mines to go to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But then there's 4 trains backed up behind it.
That can't, I have the same problem.
Stacker, but yeah,
you could put a stacker afterwards if you want to. You could increase the train limit on your mines. Yeah, there are various ways to get around. You could put in more mines.
But that is a latency thing, not a throughput. So...
yes, but it still results in the same thing, which not meaning it like this is going to sound, but it still results in the comment on the video saying there isn't sufficient iridium production.
No, I disagree.
No, it does. It does.
With that.
You've said it several times this evening alone.
There has been insufficient iridium production.
Because it's not there when it's.
Yeah, but the point is, if the train's unloaded and went off to a stacker, then you'd have exactly the same amount of iridium ore being brought through. But it would just arrive. Some of it would arrive a little bit sooner, but the overall total would be the same. It's a latency, not a throughput thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just latency, but latency issues do manifest in I haven't got what I need when I need it.
No, not. I'm going to dispute that.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they can, but in this case, I'm going to dispute that because if you hypothetically speaking had a stacker on the output of your iridium drop-off place, which would get rid of the problem you're talking about, then maybe there'd be an extra 100 stacks of iridium in the ship up here at the absolute most. It would still be coming through at exactly the same rate overall. So it wouldn't help.
I see. So you're saying that you think it would be dealt with by the batch, effectively the batch transit process up there.
I'm saying that the amount of iridium you're producing per hour is going to be exactly the same whether the trains are waiting with full loads, waiting to get into the emptying station, or whether they're waiting empty, waiting to get into the mines to refill again. It's going to be.
If you average out over a long enough time period, then yes, until basically too many mines go dry. But that's a different point again.
Yes.
It's happening again now where it's just gone,
now
available.
However, if you had the stackers just on the inputs to the mine, you might find the trains spend less time waiting to travel, and so they get to the mine and then be ready to go straight in. So setting your mines to have a train limit of 2 would probably make a big difference to the amount of throughput you're getting.
That only matters if the mines are stopping running because
that's true. Yes.
The warehouse is filled up.
Yes.
Also,
you're right.
that means a dry mine would potentially.
If
you're still setting the limit based on.
Oh yeah. Yes. Ideally, yes. Set the limit on the amount based on the amount of stuff that's in the.
The mines are still producing at the same speed because it's what's stopping the train from going isn't the warehouses are all full. It's got to wait. It's.
No, warehouse at the mine.
Warehouse at the mine, we mean here. If the warehouse.
Yeah, exactly. So what's stopping the train is there is insufficient resources to be calling a train.
Right. Okay.
If there's insufficient resources to be calling a train, it's still pulling it out of the ground as fast as it can. It's just not fast enough.
Yes, exactly. Regular nines. The rate limiting step isn't the train loading unloading. It's the rate it's being pulled out of the ground. Then in that case, so okay, then your answer is that you need more mines, essentially. Yes, core mines is yes. Well, no. I've had this discussion before a few times, Faustus, and I would say core mining isn't free. There's an opportunity cost in there. So because your core mines will produce a certain amount of resource per minute, if you then say, well, I'm going to throw all of this resources at doing whatever, then you're wasting half an hour. You're not the resources will carry on coming in. So half an hour later, you'll have more resources still coming in. You won't have lost them completely, but you have the opportunity cost of losing half an hour of time because all of the resources that are coming out of your core mines for that half hour went to whatever throw you were doing, rather than going into being made into science or into a spaceship or into whatever else you need at that point in the game. So I quite strongly object to the core mining is infinite, therefore it doesn't matter if you're wasting stuff on blowing up robots or whatever, because of the opportunity cost, essentially. I'm going to fly over to the spaceship unloading area and steal some iridium. I shall put on my most convincing thief mask for this and hum the Mission Impossible theme. Bow, 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 bow. And I'll probably get over there and find somebody else has got over here first and stolen it already, and there isn't any left in the train. But I think it'll be okay. Yes, there we go. Ba-da-lum, ba-da-bum, ba-da-bum, ba-dum. And then I shall go and empty the and do a Warehouses of Shame tidy as well, because it's probably about time that was done. At least for the ones up in Norbit. I'm not going back down to Norvis for it. So. I would still disagree with your disagreement there, Madman. You can put in more core mines, but then you're putting more time and effort into going out and colonizing planets to put down core mines and spending resources on that as well. So again, no matter what you do, if you didn't have whatever sink you had on your supplies that was causing you to use up these resources that were saying, hey, this is an unnecessary sink. You would then be able to use those are still resources. You could have gone out and put in the same number of core mines, and you would have still have had all of those resources would have been available for you to put into other things. So you may say you can get around the opportunity cost by making more core mines. There's an element of truth in that, but I would still disagree with it because those extra core mines you could still have gone off and made them, and then used all those products for something else. So no, I still disagree with you on that one. Right, there is no shame in this warehouse. Let's try the next one. There are some things we're not going to use in this one, and in the other one as well, but there's no 113 red cables and 31 green cables. I don't know, I sort of object to the we agree to disagree thing, because I think it's one of those sort of objective fact things. It's like you can't agree to disagree whether the world is spherical or donut or pizza shaped. It's a fact thing rather than an opinion thing.
Yeah, you're also talking at cross purposes, assuming I understand you both correctly. Only slightly, mind.
Ow.
So the technical terms, if you amortize the cost of an infinite source over a finite space, it comes out as zero in the infinite term. But yes, you are right that the game doesn't run infinitely, and you also have the latency element of it. If you stick down one core mine, then you can, assuming that you somehow vanish, crush, dispose of whatever any excess is, you can theoretically run the entire game and win off one core mine. It's just going to take forever. So from that point of view, you could argue it's free in quotes because you can always replace that as long as you wait for it. But the reverse is true, which is if you dump a whole load of that production, say 50% of it goes off to be spent somewhere, that 50% is not being spent on something more useful.
Yeah, it's not being spent on completing the game, and therefore you're going to take however many hours extra to finish the game because you've lost the opportunity cost of all of that. All of that stuff has been used on something a bit less useful, and therefore not gone towards finishing the game. And yeah, the argument there is you can make the argument that you would just go out and collect more. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. Collect more core chunks or whatever the thing is that to make up for it, but. Yeah, you're still going to want to use that for something else, or you still could have used that for something else. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So it's a different perspectives thing, I think, rather than a straight up right wrong thing. If you're not bothered by latency.
If you're not bothered by taking an infinite amount of time to finish the game, then...
it wouldn't strictly be infinite. That's
yes.
part of the fallacy in the infinite argument. But it is a... Oh, I've forgotten the mathematical.
Why are you trying to give me
a series that tends to infinity. Has fun things going... I completely forgot their name. It's not Riemann sums. What's the summation's name? Oh, it's going to bug me for ages.
What can I dump into here that I don't need?
Yes, it's the fallacy is that nothing ever truly goes infinite. It just goes very large.
Yeah, I think again, I feel like that is sort of a distraction from the point I'm trying to I'm making, and it is somewhat irrelevant to it.
I wouldn't say it's irrelevant, but yes, it is a different angle, and that's kind of what I'm saying by I think you're talking it subtly cross purposes. If you do have completely different objectives, if you don't mind, for example, just AFK. This is the Minecraft element. You just AFK at, automated farms and so on because, well,
Yeah.
time, but the resources will be there in the end. And
Yeah.
that's fine.
You can. You certainly can. But I guess the point. It comes down to the point. The point I'm trying to get at is that those resources, the resources that you're throwing away, no matter how where you got them from, could have been used for something else.
Yes, exactly. And therefore, yes, there is that possibility of you being. Then I suppose I personally would term that as efficiency. It is more efficient to, using 50% wastage argument, it's more efficient to not waste those and therefore halve the time taken to do whatever it is you're trying to do.
Is the game not always a waste? I suppose you could argue that playing computer games is a waste of time, yes, but we're arguing sort of the efficiency of the systems in Factorio, I guess. How isn't it, given that we are already playing it, and I would argue that playing games for fun is not a waste of time, because if you're enjoying yourself, then it's a worthwhile use of your time.
The utility game is the reward there.
Yes, the utility. Yeah, the enjoyment is the utility.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Oh yes, and you're quite right that we are not doing everything perfectly efficiently. We're certainly not playing the game perfectly by any means. I will happily admit that. However, there is a specific thing that has come up as an argument that Madman keeps disagreeing with me about. He says that it doesn't matter using bots in space because they are where they get blown up by robot frailty, whatever it's called. It doesn't matter at all because robots are free because he makes them from core mining, and that's basically the point I'm disagreeing with here. Is that
it is true as long as you're willing to wait for them to all be dealt with and replaced.
I'm not.
Or wait longer for everything else to happen.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Wait for every. Yes. It isn't free because you're spending time. However, if you're happy to spend the time on doing that, then I'm not saying I'm not saying he's playing Factorio wrongly. I'm saying I prefer a base that's based on belts. He prefers a base that uses bots significantly more heavily. I have no problem with that. That is absolutely fine. I don't have any issue with him playing the game in that way. It's a game you can play it whatever way you like. Every way is correct. What I do disagree with and have a problem with is him claiming that the bots are completely free because they're made from core mining, because core mining costs time. Okay. If you're saying that the bots are worth investing the time in, that I'm okay with. That's fine. I have no objection to you saying I think it's worth the cost in time for making the bots because that's the way I prefer to play the game. That I'm absolutely fine with that. I've no problem with that. That is absolutely that's okay. As I say, it's not the way I prefer to play the game, but it is a perfectly valid way to play the game. I have no problem with you playing it that way. Why would I? Ooh, we're running out of memory cards. That's a concern. The only thing I'm objecting to is the description of bots as being free if they're made from core mining, because the core mining is not an unlimited resource, because it is an unlimited resource given an unlimited time, but it will run out because you spend time on it. We seem to run out of red circuits.
The cost specifically is an inefficiency cost. There is just on the pure mathematics side of things.
The cost is time. Simple as that.
Yeah, you then end up in personally I find it fascinating, but I appreciate I'm very much in the minority. You end up in quite a long, convoluted conversation about the nature and concept of cost, and that's the sort of thing that Marc and Pete and I would happily sit down for days. Discussing as basically because that's our day jobs, or related to our day jobs. Let's phrase it that way. What does that cost?
In orbit recycling, misc area
I'll give
pickup.
you an example. I had a bloke who had nothing else to do between assignments at the moment. Fine.
Oh, no, it's this one up here,
who
isn't it?
did some automated testing for me. That's logged as 0 cost on my project. But it's not, because he's still paid his salary.
Why is this station not getting any red belts? Sorry, getting back on a much more important topic.
Right.
This is lube for. Why is this station called Lube for Space?
Just hit undo, absent-mindedly.
This station should be red circuit drop. That's why we've stopped making any circuits, any memory cards. Red circuit drop. There we go. So bring those. There we go. Fortunately, it's very lucky that got renamed to Lube for Space rather than to anything else that would have been solids, because fortunately that meant we was just waiting for a lube train, which wouldn't have dropped anything off there. And this lube station is even closer as well, so that helped too. Yeah, because otherwise we could have ended up with anything in this train. Right. Oof. Yeah, exactly, Levin. Yeah, everything in the game. Well, technically, space exploration, apart from the core mining, isn't unlimited because the planets do have finite size. But yeah, technically, yes. Hey, APAC, welcome to the stream. I'm afraid you've joined us as we're having an argument, so it might not. I don't know whether it's the best time to arrive or the worst time to arrive. But either way, it is. We are currently having a bit of a heated discussion over the nature of time. Essentially, and whether time costs are actual real costs. Where is that train? Why is it not coming here? Come on, train. The bloody hell are you? Where's that? Where even? Oh, it's. Where the hell is that train going? Oh no, it's coming up this way. It's just taking an extremely long and convoluted route to do it. Is that really? Oh, I suppose it probably is. Yeah, maybe the best way to come from over here is to come down here, round the bottom of here, and then up and wiggle in this way. Interesting. Yeah, I do feel. I know what you mean, No Guard. Sometimes I do feel like the arguments do turn into just contradictions, and that's the point where I tend to just start ignoring them, to be honest, because there's only so far I'm prepared to go with that. Right, so we can now fill this train back up again, and that will go up, and then we can start making memory cards again, and then we can start making Astro science again, or whatever, where everything else is ground to a halt. So. I didn't look at this station, so I don't know when I was fiddling with it, because I've fixed it now, so I don't know I don't know who to assign the blame to. But it's a train, so let's just blame Tristan. Everything else around here is placed by him anyway. Sorry. Shouldn't blame, really, should we? We should just
at one point, so.
That's true. It did. Yeah, we'll have to have a look back on the in the VOD and find out who fiddled with the station last, and probably find out it was me.
I'm happy to make that assumption.
I'm not happy to make that assumption. I'm just happy to accept that there's a non-zero chance of it.
I am happy to acknowledge that factually correct statement.
Right, so that will now.
Are you quoting the Monty Python sketch?
He is indeed. I don't think you need to ask.
Well, sometimes you do. Yeah, I'm a simple person, as you know.
You didn't name your spaceships.
Sorry, we didn't catch that, Mark.
You didn't name your new spaceships.
Oh, yes, you're right. I haven't given the those two names yet. They haven't gone anywhere yet. They're currently just sort of funny shaped buildings. So.
Was it listed on the the steps?
I didn't actually follow the steps, to be honest. I just created some spaceships. They're called the Razor and the Nightingale, which are both fairly cool names. I did not miss the Monty Python reference. I acknowledged it and replied to it, but I didn't acknowledge that it was a Monty Python reference because I thought it was so obvious it didn't need to be said. What is? Oh, I see. It's just put it on one side of the belt. Right, it was Tristan's fault. Okay. Thank you for checking, Regular. Much appreciated.
I'm assuming you just based that on what you were just looking at now.
No. The station I was looking at now says One Cruel Bagel on it because I fixed it. I'm assuming that means he hopped back in the stream to have a look at it just before I fixed it, when it would have popped up on the right hand side and said who was the last person to touch it. And I just didn't notice because I was too busy concentrating on trying to fix it. Right, we are now making data cards again. The train is not here because there aren't enough in the station. Yeah, this is gonna be we're gonna have to spend a little while, I think, filling up these buffers again. Yeah, all right. Let's just blame Pete. That seems reasonable. Love this convoluted wiggle of belts going around here to get them all going. To just do a 90-degree turn. This one's had to go whoop and round like that. Lovely. I do like a bit of spaghetti in the morning. The funny thing is, they could have just come up and made the turn perfectly nicely, and then used an underground belt for the copper, but it would have been slightly less spaghetti. So obviously that would be worse. I am quite impressed that when we have this stream of red circuits coming in, we can actually make a solid belt of data cards coming out here. Of course, I don't know how long this is going to last. Oh, actually, quite a while. We've still got almost 6,000 in there, so that's going quite well. The only thing is, down on Norvis, it's going to take a little while to fill that train back up again. Here we go. Here's the red circuits. So the train should drop in here. And we'll fill up. Oh, but the other train has gone off to go and get some more. So system is working. At least I assume it has. Yeah, it's waiting a red circuit filling up again. Okay, I note that it is 11 o'clock. I am in a little bit of a limbo. Oh no, actually, wait. I'm in a limbo position. There was stuff that I was looking into. So how are we doing up here? I did chuck a load of stuff in here. Can I go over and have a quick butcher's? Right, over here, what is this system now waiting for? So in here have we made a probe rocket? We've not made a probe rocket because, the amount of iridium I stole was not enough to make an entire probe rocket. So some of it must have gone somewhere else then, because I nicked more than 46. I nicked about couple of hundred ingots. Where's it all gone? Down this belt. Maybe we've made... we've made 43. Okay, have they all been put in here? No, 2 of them have been put in here. And the others have been put in here. Okay, this needs a limit on it then. So what are we doing? How many are we putting into this spaceship when it requests? Oh, in fact, these spaceships are full. It was 10, wasn't it? Yes, 10. So we'll limit this at 20, thank you very much. Link to the logistics network, connect, and stop running, or only run, rather, when it's a probe rocket, isn't it? Probe rocket is less than 20. So we'll have 20 made rather than 40 made. Okay, so now that's quite nice. That means this ship is not ready to go because it's only got two probes in it, but it's getting there. Ooh, this is getting exciting. Now the problem is presumably down here we're now out of blank data cards. So we're taking baby steps forwards. So I've fixed all the problems here have now been fixed because I chucked in a double handful of iridium. And so this is the sort of thing I was talking about, Mike, with the reason I haven't put in an iridium train up here, because this area I chucked in a couple of hundred, and it's made enough rockets now for these ships to do 2 runs, and each run is going to bring back 10,000 data cards. Bringing a train of iridium over here would be kind of overkill.
Oh, yeah. I understand. Don't worry.
Okay.
It's fine.
Yeah, I just thought I had the illustration in front of me, so I thought I'd say this is what I was getting at. So now, yes, it's those data cards that now are being made in reasonable quantities. The problem is, because they haven't been being made for an unknown amount of time, it's going to be a while until we start feeding all of the. It's going to be a while until all of the science areas have been satiated, and therefore this area over here is probably not going to be the closest to the closest to the station. Certainly, Astro is going to get them first, or before. So is energy. I imagine, bio is definitely going to as well, because that's really close. If there's a shortage up here, I'll probably go here. The only one that I'm going to be ahead of is the material science over here, and that's because that's blooming miles away. Let's just hope most of the others aren't too short. That said, it's going to... Oh, here we go. Yeah, here we go. So we've run out of them completely in bioscience. So yes, it is going to be a good while until we actually get them over there. So we're going to have to make enormous numbers of these data cards, and look, we've run out. Still, there's probably going to be enough in here. Yes, there is enough in here now for a train. That's probably what this train is that's coming around here. Yes, there we go. So it's going to pick up from there. And I could be really cheeky and send that over to here. And then it will go in and drop them off. Oh, no, that's red. Why is that red? Why are you red?
Given it is past 11, I'm going to head off.
What's going on here?
Thanks for the game, guys, and I'll catch you.
Okay, catch you next time. See you in a bit.
Night chat.
See you next
Catch
time.
you later.
Bye, Marc.
What the hell? Oh, right, it's this one. Is the this is the blank data card drop that we need. Okay, well I screwed up there. I missed it. So what was going to? Oh, this is called blank data. No, this is called Mike Atomata. What? Am I going mad? Yeah, blank data card drop is red. You should not be red. You are enable disable based on. Oh, there's a condition in there. And we should be setting the train limit based on the signal layer, which we are, so I need to enable it like that. Now, maybe it was probably disabled while this area wasn't really running because we didn't want to call the memory cards here, but now we really do. But unfortunately, all those memory cards we just made have been taken off and put into bioscience. Now, to be fair, we do also need bioscience packs, so I'm not exactly bitter about that. I just wanted to try and sneak in first and steal them all. So, yeah. We will hopefully be getting another trainload of red circuits here fairly soon. They're not really coming through at quite the rate they need to. I mean, we're trying to fill a buffer up again now, so it is a difficult time. The train is not here, so that suggests it has gone up to take another load up. So, yeah, the problem is we have massive buffers because we have a train system, and that means when you run out of something, you don't realise for a little while. Everything goes to pot. It all breaks down. And then it takes ages to fill it back up again. So yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but we'll I guess we'll just have to wait for it to fill back up. It didn't even unload. Where's that train been? I am very confused. It goes two places. It comes down here. It fills up with. Oh, okay. Maybe it did a really long downstream loop. That might make sense. If it had to go all the way over to one of the spaceships, pick up junk from there, and then come all the way back to then come down and unload it, that would explain why it took so long to get there. There is indeed a rocket in the launcher. Has it got a satellite? That's a good point. Let's check that, because that much should be ready to go at this point. So you've got a. Oh, we need to turn on auto launch with cargo. So we've got a rocket there. We haven't got a satellite put in. We have got a satellite up here. Oh, because we don't need any yet because we've still got 1100 down there on the ground, and we're not going to load it in until that's less than zero. Less than zero. Oh yeah, I've put in numbers in there. I'm going to make sure that's all working properly because. I kind of feel like I'd like to launch one of these just to watch it go and see if it's working properly. So where is it? It's over here. We're watching this chest, and then which has 2.1 thousand in it, subtracting 1,000. Yeah, okay. The system is working. We just have a phenomenal backlog of these the satellite telemetries that we need to work through before we actually need to request any more. So yeah, we'll just leave it and wait a bit. I will pull these up though. Eventually, we will use all of these up, and then we'll ask some more, and we'll launch a rocket, and hopefully, I'll actually notice it happen and see it and trigger it. Or maybe I should trigger one manually. I don't know. Because I do sort of want to watch it to make sure it works, but this is going to happen at an arbitrary time in the future, and I don't want to break any of this down here to make it so that I'll know when it'll happen. I could put in an alarm. I suppose, to say when the signal on here gets down to sort of 5 or something. Yeah, let's do that. I think we should probably call it a night fairly soon though, because I am also yawning, and apparently I have to work tomorrow. So I'll put that
Marc
there.
has also dropped off.
Yes, my Steam remote crashed, so Tristan put up a look in the Discord chat. So
Right.
Okay, I did see you disconnect, but I was too busy talking about something else, and by the time I'd finished talking about it, I forgot. Sorry.
no worries.
True, I could. Yeah, I could launch it manually once. That's a good idea. I'll probably do that. So, are you off then, Mark? Or
Yes, I think that's going to reconnect in time. So
yeah, fair enough.
see you guys.
Okay, right. We'll
next
see you next time. Thanks, and yeah, have a good. Well, a good until I next talk to you, which will probably be not very long. Right. So this is going to be telemetry. That one. When that's less than 10, let me know, please. We want a global playback. We want to show, but we do want to show alert, and we want to show a satellite telemetry icon like that. Icon on map, fine. Yeah, okay, that's good. Yes, let's launch one. We'll launch one manually because this will test a large part of the process, just not the whole thing. So we need to turn auto launch with cargo on. We need to tell you to do that. There we go. We've launched it. Oh yeah, there we go. It's launching. And these, I think the theory is that these are much, much cheaper than the other rockets we launch. Well, that said, looking at this, it's a lot of exotic materials to make one of those, but it's generally less of it, so I feel that launching it from up here is more satisfying. And because we're only running at 50 UPS, the rocket launching sound has ended before the rocket's finished launching. Although, I was going to say why I can hear it launching in space, I'm not sure, but actually the amount of gases that rockets kick out, it's no longer quite in a vacuum, I suppose. So
It shouldn't need to kick out that much.
No, it shouldn't, but oh well. There we go, there's my satellite telemetry. That's not quite as much of it as I thought it was. That isn't 1,000. Oh well, never mind. That can then flow up here, round here, and then we put into a disposal train. The next time a train comes up here, I don't think we're going to be waiting for that to happen, because it's going to be quite a long time until one of these trains comes up, because we've got all the stuff we need at the moment. There is no sound in a vacuum, and space is basically a vacuum. However, I've seen videos of rockets launching where you've heard the second stage detach from the first stage and blast away because it's kicking out so much gas out of the rocket engines that those carry the sound to the microphone that's at the top of the first stage. So technically, you can have sound in space if you're blowing enough gases out. So, you're mostly right, but if I'm being pedantic, which I am, then there is an edge case. Okay, yeah, I'm ready to finish because I can't do anything more with this system until we get the data cards through, and the data cards aren't going to come through until we've got a lot more red circuits made and pumped through. Oh, actually, the red circuits are coming through now. I could steal the next train, but I think let's just leave that for next time. Ooh, actually, no, I take that back. There is a train's worth of stuff in here, so the train should be. Yes, the train is on its way. So I shall nick this one when it launches, just so I can say I have. You say nerd alert, Pete, as if there's I suspect probably everybody on this stream is a nerd. I mean, come on, let's be realistic here. We are playing Factorio after all. Right, so when the train leaves, I'm going to tell it to go here, and then it will drop off up this way as intended. That's a fair point, No Guard. Yes, a vacuum can make quite a lot of noise. Yes. If I was being really pedantic, I'd point out that something like the ISS is in space, and there's noise inside it because they've got an atmosphere inside the little tin can as well. So there's another way you can get noise in space, by having a little enclosed area that's not in a vacuum. I suppose technically Earth is in space as well, and it gets quite noisy down here sometimes, especially when the fire station starts playing with their sirens and things. The joys of pedantry.
I've added a rail bypass, and I was a little concerned at first because it wasn't getting used because of the train jam. So I added it, and then it just didn't get used for a while.
The trains hadn't worked out about it, have they? Is that down on Norvis?
Yeah, by the core processing.
Oh, okay.
Basically, the exit from the core processing was just getting snarled up. So now any trains that are going up the trunk now go round the core area.
Oh, I see. Yeah. So it's this bit of track that goes up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, because that means any trains that are going from core processing downwards can immediately get lost. I see. There's a bypass going all the way around. Oh, I see. It's this piece that goes all the way around here. Gotcha. Okay, fair enough.
Which, yeah, adds time to their loop.
Yeah, but if it means they don't get jammed up on other trains, that's very worthwhile. We could even remove some of the track in the middle. Oh, you have removed some of the track in the middle of it.
I've removed one piece specifically so that they don't use that.
Okay. Yeah, seems reasonable.
I've only removed one piece just to make sure it's all fine.
Yeah. Train jam on toast. Yeah, it's not the best place for it. I think there are better things that you can put into your jam.
To be fair, it wasn't a jam, it was just a snarling up.
This warehouse is completely full of stone.
Aha. So yeah, the drop down from Norbit was struggling. So this is why I came to here. And we have
right.
How many trains now?
Yeah, there are all many.
We have 7 trains.
Okay, yeah, and 1, 2, 3 of them. I think it's kind of hard to count because they have locomotives at every half train. But yeah, it looks like there's 3 of them there. Yeah, it's just maybe where does the stone go? It's all being turned into landfill. Yay! What a waste.
I want to send that up to Norbit to turn into matter.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah. Need to finish researching that first.
It's one of those things, isn't it? We always have too much or too little of... Well, stone, it's always stone. Stone is always a problem. There's always too much or too little stone. And it's problematic. Yeah. What was I looking at? Oh, yes, I was checking out Norvis Orbit. The Norvis is it actually warehouse number 420 that Scott's fully stoned? Do warehouses even have numbers? I don't know. Let's have a look at it just in case you're not winding me up. Okay, warehouses don't have numbers. You are just winding me up. It was funny, so I'll let you off. Okay, so now up here we are unloading 100 stacks of we have unloaded 100 stacks of data cards. They're pouring down here, going into these things, allowing us to then gradually fill up. And when we get to 1,000, we can make another probe. These are astonishingly expensive in circuit board in data cards. It's ridiculous. Have I put limits on these? I have not put limits on these. You should do that. So which one are you? You're making the asteroid data. Let's not make an infinite number of asteroid probes. We only want to make 10 of those. And similarly up here, we want to make the energy ones, the star probes. We also want to make 10.
On the bright side, the stone is now all pouring into the station.
Okay. You say is that because you've done something different? Have you done anything, or is it just...
No, I was starting to put a thing to do stuff differently, and it stopped flowing towards the landfill.
Oh, I see what you mean. Oh, it's flowing into the station. Gotcha. Yeah. It's one of those things where I go, do we need a bigger buffer? And I go, no, it's stone. We have a warehouse full of it here. If we put in another one, then we just have 2 warehouses full of stone, and we'd be making it into landfill. Who cares? Yeah, did you hear about the jurisprudence fetishist? He got off on a technicality. Oh, so you're just bypassing that and feeding it straight up into there. I mean, I guess that is a thing that could be done. Oh, you're upgrading it to a green belt as well. That helps.
No, that's already...
Oh, it was already a green belt. Okay. All right.
I am adding another one off to the output where it gets turned into sand.
Okay.
This probably does need upgrading to green.
Oh, here. Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, presumably it's being brought round by the train, but bypassing the train system is probably...
No, that train is only going to stone mines.
Oh. So we're only turning stone mines into the stone that's being used for all of the construction over here?
No, because it was already coming out of cores here.
I'm confused. Oh, you've put in a note of... I'm very confused, Ted. Oh, I see. Oh, right. Okay, so it's already been brought down by core mining from there to down here. From core mining down there. Okay, I think I understand. Right. You're welcome, No Guard. Yes, come for the Factorio, stay for the terrible puns. Or just stay for whatever reason you like, really. I'm not going to be too fussy about it. So I do wonder if we should have another stone output from this warehouse, going down to this warehouse, just because there's so much in it. There's so much
just
in it.
Just upgrading to green will help.
Oh, true. It will, yeah, it will make quite a big difference.
In fact, it's just those first ones.
Yeah.
Those first 4 belts.
I did notice the rest of it there seemed to be quite a lot of green going on up there. It's going to, all the stuff coming down the other side is going to need upgrading as well, but that'll happen. It's already spec'd for it. Okay, I mean I was going to say the train jam is getting shorter, but it's not getting shorter. There's still the same number of trains in the queue as there was earlier. Actually, there's a 4th one in there now, but there was 4 when I looked earlier. Yeah, I do occasionally get confused, especially when Tristan's been building things.
Ooh, the down here is okay now. It's cleared out. That was backed up for quite a while. So actually, we're loading trains less.
Okay, so yeah,
we're going to get less coming over.
The problem is gradually edging forwards in the system. Okay, that's
Yes.
good. Excellent. So was this because of there was the excess of stuff that we had up in Norbit from the start of the stream, or did something else lead to an enormous quantity of stone being dumped up there?
We didn't have that. That comes partway through the stream because you take time to record the videos. So you looked at it after an hour or so.
Yeah, that's fair. Thinking of it. One more thing to check before we finish, because I think we really should. It is now 11:30. I just want to see how. Okay, so we have enough beryllium. We have a train full of beryllium and enough more to fill a train up again. Similarly with actually we've got loads of vulcanite. Vulcanite station, the Agnea top station is jammed again, I'm afraid, up here.
Trying to do what Marc asked me to do.
Kothar broken. Or Kothar insufficient, sorry. Snowdrop. Snowdrop has very nearly 3 trains worth of cryonite. Impressive. Over on the Norgian side, we are insufficient. Big Rid, I have no idea. I don't know what numbers Marc is aiming for, but noting that there are 2 things in here and 5 different things he's trying to pull out of it. I'm going to assume that is currently insufficient. Taras is unfinished. That's fine. So yeah, we're doing quite well, I would say.
So Agnea needs the train to turn up, which it will do
many, many times. Because one train will it takes 5 trains to empty one warehouse. That warehouse is full. This warehouse is full, although some of that is vulcanite, admittedly. And these 3 are. They have.
We're probably going to find that
quite a bit.
One of the other ones is open. No. Talos is, but that's actually Talos is white rather than blue. His train. Oh no, blue means
limited by train limit. Yeah.
Yeah, which is fine, because there's a train on its way.
Oh right, yeah, okay. So yep, there it is, pulling in. There we go. I mean, it's sort of okay at the moment because there is 58,000 vulcanite in this warehouse, but we do need to keep the stuff does need to keep going. Did you have to do anything?
Another spaceship? No. Okay. If another spaceship turns up, and another warehouse fills up, we will suddenly get 3 more trains released.
Right. Okay.
Emergency trains. So it's a bit of a trickle when there's only one.
Yeah.
But given the amount of time you have with this spaceship having to go back and forth,
it's probably going to be all right. Yeah.
Might be worth switching one of the ones that's waiting for more than one down to more than 0. Just so we get 2 at this stage. Do that. So
yes, I think so. I fully agree, Nogard, with your comment about the bio being a sushi nightmare. Yeah, I was just looking to see whether all these things were complete or not. Yeah, basically. Vegemite, nice. It's because all of the resources have their intermediates, but bio is weird because you almost want to make all of the intermediates on the initial planet because it requires so much vitamelange to make them, whereas making the later iridium ones or the beryllium ones, for example, we're doing those on Norvis because shipping the stuff out as ingots is the densest way to do it. Whereas this over here, each later stage is probably more dense than the one before it, I'm pretty sure. Especially at least on the vitamelange, but you still need some of the earlier stages as well. So you end up just having to ship lots and lots of different things, and it's going to be a headache. But Marc is quite good at that sort of thing, so I think he's going to be probably going to be all right. All right, feet. Good night. And I think I'm probably going to go as well because my consciousness is probably also about to die. So I think this is a good point to call an end to the stream. Most important thing I need to mention here is that next week the schedule is going to change. I've been warning you all about this for quite a lot at the end of videos and streams and things. So you've probably all heard this before, but I'm going to say it again for the people who haven't heard it yet. So next week the schedule is we're going to do 2 Factorio streams, 2 Factorio space exploration streams, one on Monday and one on Thursday. After that, the space exploration stream is going to be moving to Thursday until at least January, possibly a little later, sometime around then anyway. And the XCOM stream will be moving to Tuesday. Coming week we may have next week we may have the XCOM stream on Tuesday or Wednesday. I haven't decided yet. This week it will be on Wednesday. So the next thing that happens on this channel will be the XCOM stream on Wednesday. There will be the videos at the weekend as normal, and then next week it's going to be Monday and Thursday, and goodness knows what I'm going to do about the catch-up videos. We shall see. So yes, a bit of a change around there. Everything will still, all the series, all the videos will still carry on happening. They'll just be on different days. So keep an eye out for it. If you're subscribed on YouTube, you'll see all the reminders pop up. If you're on the Discord, you'll see all the notifications pop up. I'm not going to try and... It's hopefully not going to be too difficult to find out what's going on. But yes, there will be some changes. There'll be some changes on the days of the week around that. So hopefully I'll see you all on Wednesday when I should be playing XCOM, and things are exciting. Lots of aliens are getting shot at the moment, so it's going quite well. I'm sorry to hear that Thursday isn't quite as good for you, No Guard. I mean, maybe you can watch maybe you can watch the VODs, I suppose, or just catch up whenever you can. It's up to you. Do whatever works for you. But I'm afraid that because of the way my life is changing around, it's going to have to be the other days. But yeah, so I'll be back on Wednesday for XCOM, and there'll be the videos here, there, and everywhere. So as always, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time. Bye bye.